There was no one here to inform on that.
That's John. Okay, it's John.
Right. Can someone pass the cookies back this way?
Oh, this is another dark chocolate.
What's the worst thing I've ever had? You're ready to roll. Yeah, he's running it from the road.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. May I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session at 7:15?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc absent. Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Members of the public, the town council met in executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 on discussions of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the following boards: Coventry Parks and Recreation Commission, Charter Review, Conservation Commission, no, I'm sorry, we didn't do Conservation Commission tonight, Sewer Subcommittee. The interviews were conducted. Okay, sorry, I was not there, yes. Sorry, we did do interview, I came in a little late, forgive me. So we did interview Coventry Parks and Recreation Commission, Charter Review, Conservation Commission, and Sewer Subcommittee. The interviews were conducted, appointments will be made at this meeting later in the meeting. May everyone stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Spearman?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The emergency evacuation plan, Mr. Spearman?
Yeah, take the emergency, very much. Okay.
Thank you. I don't think that was on the agenda. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Approval of the town council meeting minutes for November 29th, 2021 and December 4th, 2021. Reference pages 18 to 38. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections?
I did.
And were the corrections made?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the amended minutes for November 29, 2021 and December 4th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next is item agenda C3, President Dickson updates and announcements. It's a busy time for our community members, yet we are receiving a respectable number of candidates who are interested in serving our community. In some cases, they're interested in serving on more than one board or commission. So we're very pleased that there is so much community interest in what we are doing here. We appreciate the interest. We always need more candidates, especially for Parks and Recreation. So we encourage interested community members to apply. A full listing of openings is on our website. On December 20th, 2021, we will start the Charter Review Commission. We'll announce the schedule for them, and we'll give instructions to the Charter Review members who are able to attend. The next meeting of the Town Council is Monday, December 20th, 2021. Do attend or participate via Zoom. This will be a very critical, important meeting. We have many interesting agenda items, but included on that agenda will be a discussion and vote on the school improvement project, and we will also have a general discussion on COVID fund use. In addition to the discussion on COVID fund use next Monday, we will also have a public hearing on the COVID fund use, and that will be in January 10th. Next agenda item C4, I would like to introduce Ms. Raena Blumenthal, Director of Parks and Recreation. She will provide a summary of the expectations for the Park and Recreation Commission. We hope that her presentation will spark interest in the commission, and we will have many more people interested in applying for membership. Ms. Blumenthal, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I'll give a very brief overview. I know we have a full agenda tonight. So the Advisory Commission will provide input concerning parks and recreation facility and property development, programming, and will work closely with the Department of Parks and Recreation Director to advise on long-range planning, policies, and other critical issues to the department. The commission will meet monthly or as deemed necessary, and it will give citizens a voice to discuss issues and for the department to hear their concerns. There are several goals that I would like to accomplish with the commission, but the top three, and I think the most immediate, are one, to establish communication plans and community involvement initiative. This means creating better communication between the Parks and Recreation Department and the community. This will most likely have commissioners reaching out and engaging with the community and community groups. The second one is to provide input into the creation of Parks and Recreation Master Plan. A master plan for Parks and Recreation will show what has been accomplished so far, current recreational facility and park property needs, programming needs, and any long-term goals. The third goal is to look into the department's financial resources. This means providing input into the department director during the preparation of the department's budget and includes any capital improvement ideas. And this will help also inform policies for recovering programming and operating costs such as permit and user fees. To sum up, the commission will investigate and determine the needs and interests of the community for recreational facilities, parks, and programs, and will recommend recreational programs that will also meet the needs of the community. Finally, an advisory commission will effectively recreate the long missing parks and recreation support structure in the town that it used to have.
Thank you. Members of the council, any questions for Ms. Blumenthal this evening? Thank you. Thank you for that thorough report, and we hope that it sparks interest in members of the community in applying. For that particular commission, we do need members of the community at large, but we also need senior representation and student representation. So we are trying to get from all of those targeted groups, members for your group.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Item D1. Item D1 is the town council review of the Coventry Public Schools first quarter financial report from July 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2021. The town council has received this report. We did ask for a joint meeting, but there will not be a joint meeting because the school is not represented here. So we will have no members to answer questions, but the council members may ask questions that will be recorded and forwarded to the superintendent and the chairperson of the school committee for response. Council members, do you have any questions on the report that you received? Start, Mrs. Lima. Okay, Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you. So there was a little bit of background into why we were asking to meet with the school committee tonight. And I had contacted school committee chair Pat Node last week to discuss some of the reasoning behind why we were looking for some monthly financials, some requests that had gone between the town manager and finance director to the school side that had not been answered. And I encouraged the group to please consider attending tonight, not only because of this discussion about financials, but also because I wanted to separate this discussion from any of the bond discussions on the 20th of December. Also, earlier this year, I personally committed to try and work on the relationship between what I saw as rather contentious last year between the town council and school committee. So I tried to listen to feedback that was provided about, holding broader sessions so that the groups could get together rather than smaller sessions with just the president and vice president. And then also the opportunity tonight for the school committee to ask questions about any of the financials that we'll see later on in the agenda. And so personally, I'm very disappointed that the school committee decided not to be in attendance here, particularly because I see some of them in the audience. So I'm not totally sure why we couldn't have this discussion together, but I do find that to be harmful to the relationship that we had both committed to trying to build this year. So I'm hoping that some of these questions can open up a dialogue and that they'll join us at a future session to review some of the requests. I do have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, go forward.
If we want to start here. So there's a couple of things that that I am not totally sure of what's happening in terms of reporting. It was my understanding that there had to be some sort of annual ride reporting at the state level that we had to submit. And I saw something submitted online, but it doesn't appear to be financials. Can you talk about that, Mr. Marchant?
Yes, at the beginning of the fiscal year, the Coventry Public Schools is supposed to submit their annual budget to the Rhode Island Department of Education. And there is a link to that opens a list of all the school districts and organizations in the state. And Coventry's is not listed because they have not received that budget. Mr. Sands did share with me their last budget sheet from May 27th, and there is a discrepancy between the budget that was passed and that sheet because it wasn't updated according to what was passed by the referendum. So there's a $600,000 variance in the projected revenues and expenditures.
So can we create some sort of list out of this meeting of questions that the council has that we can send over?
We will note them.
Thank you. So are there any cash flows or sums of money from the town side that need to be sent over to the school side? So totally separate question. Is there anything that the town side either needs to forward on to the school side, or are there requests from the school side for funds that we have to investigate?
None have been explicitly identified at this time. However, there is a discussion ongoing about whether or not there was an amount of funds that the town might have been holding on to, but it hasn't been clear where those funds came from, what they constitute, and whether there is an actual need for a transfer of such funds.
So I would like to know a little bit more information about whether the school is due those funds.
This comes from an anomaly in it was a conversation between the school finance manager and the town finance director a year ago, where they agreed that they needed to do an entry. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes, I can.
There was a discrepancy, and they just did an entry to say, we'll cover it with this due from amount.
Right. So, I can expand on just a little bit on that. So it's obviously prior to myself or Mr. Marchant being here. The prior year financials, FY 2020, there was a parent agreement between the then finance director of of both the town and the school, that there was to be an adjustment made on the town's books. I have since asked our deputy to look into the last 3 years of appropriation and RIPE funds. And there doesn't appear to be any funds withheld for the last 3 years. So we do need to do a little more digging to see if it's an older year or what it is. But at this point in time, I don't see it coming from an appropriation or RIPE. It might be something else. It might be a grant. I have to do a little more accounting digging for prior to the 3 years.
Okay. If those funds are due, we want to make sure that the school receives them. And I think in the spirit of things that we've said as a council earlier this year, in the spirit of transparency and documentation, it's really the way forward for us to see what needs to happen.
And we have asked them for documentation of what these funds are, why they think the school is due these funds from the town. And we're still looking for facts and figures to justify the request.
Thank you. My next item has to deal with the monthly financial reporting. So we moved to a monthly finance manager report. I can't remember when it was, maybe 7 or 8 months ago. Even if they show up, a couple weeks after we initially had thought they would come in, if we have to push an agenda item for the month ending, like tonight, we'll go over, it's either tonight or in 2 weeks, we'll go over the month ending, like October and November, something like that. So I believe in the spirit of that documentation and transparency, what I'd like to see is something similar, hopefully in a similar format, if that's possible, from the school side, to be submitted, either something we can bring to the council or just something that we can review.
So Mr. Marchand and I had a meeting with Mr. Sands, Mr. Levis, and their new deputy, Christopher. And I think we're on agreement that the town needs these monthly reports. And now that they've hired a deputy treasurer who is a CPA, I'm quite encouraged that we're going to get these reports. So we'll see. Yeah.
Okay. And then for the presentation of the information, I don't think we need anything special where we have the entire school committee come in or anything like that. But can you come up with some sort of way to present the information so people can ask questions?
So we suggested that it'd be the same presentation that they present the budget. So they have the revenues on the top and then the expenditures on the bottom in the categories required by UCOLA. So a comparative analysis would be good as well. So and they acknowledge that. So that's
okay. Is that something? So that's good news that they hired. I guess it's a deputy finance manager. Is that right?
Director, yes.
Director?
Deputy director, yes.
So is that something that we can expect starting next month, or did they have any sort of ETA?
It's the last meeting meeting of the council in January. They have committed to the monthly report.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I have a commitment from Mrs. Patno.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Separately, moving on. I am curious, since we haven't been able to see something on a monthly basis, how is the town side connecting with the school side? So, for example, I know that over the summer there was a request for some of our new banking and things like that at TD Bank. There was some sort of discussion about having the two finance managers meet on some sort of regular basis, and then some sort of agreed cash flow calendar of funding from the town to the school side as taxes come in, and having some sort of regular schedule. How is that working out?
So these meetings are happening with finance about once or twice a month. For me, it's we have a standing meeting weekly, but sometimes one or the other has to cancel for other reasons. But we've been having these regular meetings, and in our meeting today, we address some of these issues where either side is falling short of expectations with the other, and how we need to do a better job at communication and asking the questions. And I think both sides are concerned that there's too much being left assumed. And so we need to have better communication about what the expectations are. So it's an active conversation. It's ongoing. And I don't think either side is really satisfied with the progress made, but it's something to build on.
So, do we have any concerns with the ongoing operations and the cash flow between the town and the school?
Yes. The concern is that despite our meetings, we do not have the level of detail or information to resolve the concerns. We have some outstanding questions about the balance of revenues and expenses in their first quarter report that is presented here tonight. And we don't have explanations or the detail on why there appears to be so much less in expenses than they have in revenues. And yet there seems to be some cash flow issues, which they did acknowledge they expected to have. It was kind of predicted by their predecessor finance director, but there is a gap between what's being reported and the experience that we're having. And so to the extent that we don't have an explanation now, it's a matter of concern.
Is there any concern about any type of deficit spending?
So there are two concerns that we would like to resolve. One is whether or not there is a deficit, and whether or not there is a persistent cash flow problem. And we don't have enough information at this time to know whether it's a concern or not. We just don't know.
So once we start getting the financial reporting that you had discussed with Director Sands and the deputy person, will some of this information be easier to understand or be more transparent? Or do we need to be asking for different sets of information to ensure that we're not in some kind of deficit spending?
I don't think so. I think this should be a pretty straightforward report. We want to know the year-to-date current balance of revenues to expenses, so that we have an accurate understanding of where we're at vis-a-vis the budget. The budget is always our best guess at the beginning of the year. And then the actuals are what our actual experience is. And sometimes expenses can be higher due to inflation. It can be lower due to vacancies. And there's all kinds of dynamics that can change where you are at year to date. And to not have an accurate current picture puts you at a disadvantage to know whether or not you're ahead and you can have some flexibility with other expenses, or whether you're behind and you have to consider cuts and other austerity measures.
Okay, I have one more question then. So you had supplied us a big chunk of financials here from the school side. And I'll be honest, there's so many pages here. I'm not even really sure how to look at this.
So
is there some way to tie out the balances here?
Page 148 is a table that Director Mills put together for that exact reason. We did express our concern that this data dump was really not an effective way of communicating their financial position. And we asked if they would do a summary report. And they did see this table because it's in the advertised packet tonight. They had some issues with it, and that's exactly why we were meeting with them, because it doesn't accurately reflect what actually happened. And there are some things like a a negative expense or a positive revenue in the expenses for the month of July that didn't make sense to us. They began to explain it having to do with something about their accruals in June and the teacher's contract being a September 1 to August 31 and how they had to shift the funds by prior year. But we didn't quite get there to an understanding because then it would have been booked in June and that still doesn't explain July. So we did our best to ask the questions. And at this point, they said they have more work and research to do. And we're waiting for those answers.
Can we make sure that any type of questions that we have or formatting items or things that we want clarified, make it to Chairperson Pat Note as well, just so they're at least aware on the school committee side what the request is.
Okay.
Okay. All set, Jen?
I'll hold my right to continue asking questions if I hear it.
As everyone does, as everyone does.
Thank you.
I read through this report for members of the public. The town council members receive a packet of information. The finance report covered our packet from pages 37 to 149. So you can tell that it was a number of pages. However, it was mostly ledger sheets and they were primarily blank. So it did not yield much information. There was no summary, and it was very disappointing to learn that the summary that we received was really developed by our own finance director and not by the finance director for the school department. So we should have seen some kind of summary of this report. Just looking through really 100 pages of ledger sheets was not very informative. So I do have some questions. Perhaps you can help us, Ms. Mills. On page 148, with your budget summary, you've got a budget of $74,975,892. It doesn't correspond with the starting revenue on page 44, July 1st, 2021 to July 31st, 2021, which is listed as $75,256,322. What seems to be the issue between these two numbers not being in alignment?
So I can just speculate because what I do know is the number that 75,975,892 is what was passed by the referendum. So why it's not on their budget sheet, I'm not sure. I think in the past, at least from the prior year experience, I don't think their budget sheet gets updated for what is technically passed by the town. That's just my pure speculation. I think that question needs to be fully asked and answered to the school department. But that's what it appeared to be, because that's all I can.
Okay, so that would be a question to be forwarded along with other questions you've heard this evening, Mr. Marchand. My next one, it appears that the town real estate RE taxes, is that referred to real estate RE taxes? Okay. The school aid and the cafeteria / food service issues, there are shortfalls. For example, page 104. What is happening with the revenue? And there's also a mention of food service on 95. So I'm not sure if the school is not getting the money that it should be receiving on a timely basis, or whether this is an indication of some other issue.
So actually the revenue is right on track. So the summary page, let's see, go back to that summary page. I'm sorry. What page was that summary page that I did? I can't.
148.
148.
148. Okay. So they're at 25% for the quarter. So the revenue is composed mainly of the appropriation from the town and a huge chunk of money from RIPE, which comes into the town and we pay it to them. So if you look on that summary, we're right at 25%. So that's right on. So, but to look on your sheet, the sheet you're requesting a question on. So it's really the town real estate taxes. All that is appropriation. So really maybe should be better descriptive of saying town appropriation. That's what that is.
Because it looks like we owe them money, and I just want to make sure that we do not.
So no, revenue is as a negative, right? So it's a credit, and expenses will be a debit in this particular software package.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And the state aid is state aid, so that's right on track.
Now, on the ledger sheets, it looks like there are some, for example, high school accounts were not budgeted, but there were expenses. So, I mean, I'm sort of curious to know where would I find where this money is coming from to support some of these expenses in some of these departments, because I can't find it on these sheets.
So those would be questions we need to direct towards the school department. So I'm very familiar with all the revenue because it comes from the town. Additional revenue would be federal grants and other grants that don't go through the town. But for the most part, the revenue is pretty easy to wrap your arms around. The expenditures, however, we would have to ask the school department because I find that the expenditures at 14% for the quarter seems relatively low, since 80% of their expenses are payroll, and clearly payroll is going to get paid. So that would be best asked to the finance director of the town, the school department.
Okay, thank you. My next question is this. The school summary sheet, page 149, is through March 31st, 2021. So we do not actually have a summary for the entire FY 2021 year, which should be through July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Should this be available?
I would say that this goes to the point where we're not getting the monthly financial report. So we don't have reports for each of the months all the way to June 2021. And at this point, we don't expect to see it until the completion of the audit. And at this stage, we're probably going to have to request an extension because we will not have the audit done by December 31.
Okay. And my last question is, there's a note on the bottom of page 149 that indicates that FY 2020 funds are distributed in FY 2021 and FY 2022 to balance budget deficits created by level funding in FY 2021. And I was not aware that there were budget deficits. Could you tell us a little bit more about this? I'm just reading from the note on the sheet.
Right. This schedule here is prepared by the school department. So, but I can speak to it a little bit because we're obviously in the process of an audit, and there was a preliminary trial balance. And the preliminary trial balance shows a surplus of 2.3 million for FY21. So, but that's without the 1.3 million of the tuition payables that we have discussed in prior meetings. But as far as I know, from the preliminary trial balance, there is a surplus for FY21.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Shockley?
I don't have any questions beyond what my two colleagues have asked so far. Honestly, I feel as if I was sent a lot of non-information and that there's a lot more questions right now than answers. And while I want to be given the information you're getting from the schools as far as their finances go, I don't know exactly why this was part of tonight's meeting. I feel the memo from the town manager was helpful, but other than that, I honestly just looked at all this information and thought, so the memo doesn't really match up to the spreadsheet that you gave at the end, and I was just confused.
Yes, I would be confused as well. Yes. So to answer your question on why it's brought to this meeting tonight is, as the finance director and having financial oversight for the school department and noticing several requests for early funds to be transferred prior to their respective dates, I brought that to his attention, the manager. And so what happened was I requested several times monthly reports and never received them. So Mr. Marchant received them directly from the finance director. And I took those basically our general ledger sheets, not really finance reports, but and I just took those and compiled them to see where we are. Because as a concern for me is, in the town, is to make sure we're not running a deficit. That was my ultimate concern, because clearly if we start with an X amount of cash at the beginning of the year for the school department and we're below the beginning balance, is need for concern. So
No, 100%. But I'm looking at the town manager's memo, and the questions being asked I found very interesting, and was happy to have heard prior to getting this. But it left me a bit confused when I looked at the final page, which was the summary. Things didn't really match up, and I still have a lot of questions for them. So I think that's kind of the biggest part of what the takeaway from tonight is. Like, there's information we still need to receive because
That's exactly the confusion we're having.
okay.
Okay, because the cash flow issues doesn't match up to this. So that is our ultimate concern.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes perfect sense to me. I don't really have any questions. I appreciate the research that's being done, the regular meetings that are happening, and just the fact that at the end of January, we should be getting, I think also the takeaway is we can't just make statements to people about money changing hands. We need the backup information. We need some documents, which hopefully is a way we're moving forward.
And Mrs. Lima?
Thank you. I wish that the school committee could have joined us tonight so we can get some answers or work on a path forward. So I don't know, was this memo part of the public packet tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if everyone in the public had a chance to read, but just based on, it's a 3-page memo, but it sounds like the main takeaways are the school department believes there are funds owed to them from the town. There's been a few occasions of overdrafting and early allocation requests to meet payroll by the school department to the town finance director. And we're not receiving monthly budget reports so we can confirm or deny or figure out if there is a cash flow or deficit issue. Is it required anywhere by charter to get these reports, or is this something that we're just hoping they'll?
No, yes, the charter actually explicitly empowers the town treasurer to have financial oversight over all town departments, explicitly the school department. I think there is a bone of contention or disagreement because it was raised in our meeting that the town under Title 16 has no oversight. And so there was a little bit of a disagreement that we didn't clear up. And I was going to seek legal counsel for an interpretation of how Title 16 might either work with or supersede the charter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How many times has the finance director with the school asked the finance director for the town for an early allocation of funds to meet payroll to date?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's all documented in that memo. I think it's like 4 to 6 or something?
It was 5 or 6. Yeah.
So it's in there. So it's various reasons. The payroll would be obviously the most critical. There's pension payments that needed to be made. It's ranged between a day early and, 4 days early of sending over appropriation or ride pay.
And has it happened multiple and each in a row, or has it been sporadic?
Since October, it's, I don't have the rate in front of me, but it's roughly biweekly. So,
okay. Should those who work for the school department be concerned, or?
At this point, we've been reassured by the school leadership that there's no cause for concern, that everything is on track, that
Who's the school leadership? Pardon me.
Sorry, Superintendent Levis and Director Sands have both assured us that they don't have any concerns about a deficit or their cash flow going forward. That remains to be seen as we get these requests. And again, it adds to the confusion we have about what's really going on.
So I can add a little further to that. So also in the meeting, it was brought up by Mr. Levis that the ESSER funds that they've been approved for about 2.3 million, which is ESSER 2 funds, which is COVID. It's COVID money. It's not it's some like our COVID money. It's one-time thing. They've been approved for those expenditures, and as last I discussed with the state, they haven't submitted the invoices, but they have been approved to get reimbursed by 2.3 million of expenditures.
The other piece in the report about not making payments for tuitions, do we face any penalties after a certain time passes for not paying those? Or how does that work?
So that'd be a good question. The only reason I'm familiar with that is I actually received an email from Mr. Sands stating just a few months ago that they had not paid their FY21 tuition payments to the other schools. So I can't answer your question on whether there's a penalty. I think we need to defer that to the school department. I'm unsure of that.
Mr. Marchant, was there anything in particular that Mr. Levis or Mr. Sands had said would make it difficult or prohibit them from being able to provide a report like what we see from Ms. Mills on a monthly basis? Is there anything the town can do to empower them to do so?
Yeah, they raised a couple of concerns. Staffing had been one of them because they had been short-staffed for the last several months. They've been having technical issues with the same Keystone financial software that you've heard us complain about. And with their new deputy finance director on board now, they've assured us that they're going to work on it and hopefully get that for us. But they weren't able to give us any expectations about when that would be ready and how much time they need to produce these reports.
So much like some of the sentiments Mrs. Shockley had made, I guess my last question is kind of, well, what do we do with this information? Because it sounds like we kind of just know about it, but can't do anything until the audit is complete, which is not going to be until Q1 of 2022.
I'm not sure that's the final answer. I do believe that there, and just from my professional opinion, I do think the town council should request these monthly reports to be handed over to finance director for the town. If there's supposed to be any financial oversight, that's a minimum requirement. As I believe if we just, I've heard reassurances in today's meeting, but until I see it, the numbers, I'm a numbers person. I don't think we have to wait till the audit's over. I honestly think that's going to be a little too late. If there is if this keeps snowballing, it could be an issue for the town. So as you know, and everyone else on this council, if we become into a deficit situation in totality, the town and the school combined, the state could take us over. We're not in a deficit, the town side, but that's just a concern. I know when I started in January, the last week in January of this year, I was right into an audit general meeting of the school department concerned about going into a deficit position late January of 2021. So I don't think this just happened in the last couple months. I think there's kind of rolled in from prior years. That's just my opinion. And since, like Mr. Marchant has stated, since the audit is still going and it's not completed, we have yet to see what that fund balance or the surplus or deficit. I doubt it's going to be a deficit for the school, but how small that surplus will end up being. So those are my thoughts. I think it's something that cannot be pushed out. I think we need to understand a certain level of professional reports need to be coming from finance offices. And I think that expectation should be held by the town council.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Anything else?
Yeah. Could you just talk about what a state takeover means? I don't think everyone knows what that term means.
Can you speak to that, please, Mr. Solicitor?
Mr. Gorham.
The General Assembly created an act several years ago when the city of Central Falls was in a receivership, and I believe the court said that the courts didn't have the power to supervise through receivership the operation of municipalities. So the General Assembly created, I think correctly, to deal with the problem, the Financial Stability Act, which is simply an act that applies to all cities and towns, which has certain triggers in it, which invoke the Financial Stability Act for any town that is failing. Those triggers are set to measure a failure. For example, a failure to, I don't want to give any specific example because I could be wrong, but I know there are certain triggers that immediately require the town to start providing information to the Auditor General and others for an examination to see if the town is failing. A lot of it has to do with, payroll, debts in general. I think once the finance director has the information, the town council and school committee will probably be able to agree where we stand. And I don't want, just because I'm talking about this topic, I don't want to suggest that that is something that I or anyone else is cognizant of in the town government. It's just something that has come up more because of the lack of information, not information that would be considered to be incriminating with regard to the FSA. That is not the case. So I'm simply explaining the Financial Stability Act. My law firm actually took the Central Coventry Fire District. We were court appointed to do it all the way through the FSA. And that was Mr. D'Agostino. He has a great deal of experience with the FSA. But again, I want to stress, we're simply talking about this hypothetically, and no more should be inferred from this conversation.
My point was just, she had mentioned a term that I don't think people are familiar with.
Yeah,
I just wanted it defined. But, I appreciate that we're going to try and get to the bottom of this before it's too late. So I hope to hear an update again soon with maybe something that gives us more meat and information. So thank you.
Mrs. Shockley, did you have another comment?
No, actually, Solicitor Gorham spoke to it, that I think we're making certain assumptions and going down bad paths when really, let's get the information in front of us. I appreciate everyone's looking into it. And like I said, the communication that you're trying to have.
Thank you. I mean, we're not trying to create panic. We're just trying to understand the situation. I think it's to everyone's benefit to ensure that our schools and towns are financially sound. It's a very uncomfortable conversation we're having this evening, and I'm sure that none of us really expected it to go in this direction. It appears that we are working on developing processes for reporting. These processes, having been on the school committee for 6 years, different processes. So we're working on processes. We're working on regular meeting schedules, including one that occurred this afternoon. All of this is going to work toward betterment of both the school and the town. But right now, the road seems pretty rocky. And it is uncomfortable and it's unexpected, but I do have great faith and I am very positive that we will work through all of these issues. I mean, we've had turnovers in staff on both the school and the town side. We've got changes in expectations about reporting and communication. So this adds to the complexity of issues. We also have struggles with the software program Keystone on both the school and the town side. It is very good that we have now a deputy finance director in the school department. That's a very good step forward because I knew that there was a staff shortage there. So I do look forward. I do have a lot of hope that now that we have talked about this situation, uncomfortable as it may be, that we can all move forward and make things right, and that we would not have another conversation like this again. That would be my expectation. Any other comments? Okay, you ready to move forward? Okay, thank you. D2, discussion and/or action regarding the financial scenarios presented by Ms. Mills, Finance Director of the Coventry Building, Finance Director on the Coventry Building Committee's bond proposal of $89 million. Ms. Mills, you prepared a PowerPoint for us. You're going to be showing that to us this evening?
Mr. Marchand will be presenting it. Is that all
Excellent.
right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is our agenda packet, 150 to 166.
If I may, I'd like to stand up here for giving a presentation, just a little more comfortable for me. What you have tonight is not too different from what Director Mills and I have presented in the past. However, tonight we're taking a closer look at all aspects of the financing context for an $89 million school bond. I'll ask Mr. Houghton to advance the slides as I go. Continue. There's a bunch of flying text here as we this is a brief overview of what we are going to discuss. We'll talk about the bond process, the school project cost, the total financed cost of the school bond, the proposed school debt service for the bond as presented by our consultant PFM advisors, the total debt service. We have a chart showing the total debt service. There's the debt service that the town has in existing bonds, the debt service that the town has for sewer bonds, which is backed by the full faith and credit of the taxpayers, even though they are paid for as part of a revenue bond under the sewer program. The budget, we have some budget projections, which we'll get into, and some factors to consider, some risks in the current context that we're looking at this under, and a projection of the budget without showing a bond. So next slide, please. So the process to make the public aware is pretty straightforward. The town council a couple of years ago stood up the Coventry Building Committee to look at the question of school projects to fund improvements to the schools, including a new middle school. And at the end of the many months and years that they've worked on this proposal, they've presented a proposal to the town council, which now the town council has the opportunity to vote on to refer the proposed school bond and project to the voters. The next step after the council takes that vote, if it's in the affirmative, would be to get enabling legislation from developed by our legal counsel for approval to have the bond referendum. And the state legislature would have to pass that legislation at the General Assembly. And then ultimately we'd have a bond referendum at a public election of the Coventry voters. Next slide. So this slide is a little small and maybe difficult to see from the audience, but what we have here are kind of a comparison of what this project cost represents to the town. We have a total project cost of $89,384,022. Under the current program, the state has an incentive to assist municipalities to fund school projects as past part of the school funding act of a couple of years ago, where they approved $250 million to go to Rhode Island schools. And there's an amount that they have as an incentive up front where they will assist with what they call PAYGO, and they'll front almost 10% of the funds to get the project started and off the ground. And so the total project that's been approved is 89 million. The expectation is that after the first few years of this PAYGO money being utilized, you'd be able to bond for somewhat less than that at 81 million. The principal costs would be shared, would be borne by the town, but the state has a 57.8% reimbursement rate to help cover the cost of the interest. And so the total project cost would be 140 million. And the state's share through housing aid would be 64 million plus the pay-as-you-go amount of 8 million. So the net cost to the town after state assistance would be 67,782,475. And if we're able to complete the project and meet all the deadlines for getting this project done smoothly, there's an additional bonus of 15% of what the state's contributing that would further reduce the cost of the project. So the true cost of the project to the taxpayers would be almost 65 million, or 46% of the project. Now, without this incentive from the state, our normal reimbursement rate is 42.8%. And to fund this project with still getting that assistance from the state would increase the total amount by almost $20 million. And so that is the advantage the town would have working with this state program for this project. Next slide. I will pause for questions of the council if you have any as we go through. So this slide shows the total financed cost of the school bond. And we propose that with the debt issuance of 81 million, that in the first few years, you would issue bond anticipation notes. And this is to kind of take some of the funding as you need and as you're ramping up the project in the first years to reduce and limit your exposure to interest costs. And we did have a meeting last week where we discussed with our financial advisor that in some cases, it makes sense to do bond anticipation notes, but depending on what your interest environment is, if you think that interest rates may go down, then bond anticipation notes could actually cost you more rather than having separate bond issuances. But there are two risk factors for interest and inflation when you split bonds apart and do two separate bond issuances that we just can't know until we're ready to issue the debt. So on this slide, you see the total finance cost of the school being $132,217,541. That's including principal and interest. And the state's aid at 57.8% would be 64 million, and the total cost of the taxpayers 67 million. And that ties back to the previous slide. Next slide.
So I felt like on this slide, it said the total cost, sorry. I thought on the slide on page 153, and this might just be how I'm reading it, that the cost to taxpayers was 64 million.
So that's if you get the additional
Gotcha. Okay.
reductions. Yeah. Slide 6 of the presentation. This is the debt service schedule as prepared by our financial advisors. This shows the reduction of the principal in each of the years as you retire the debt, making the annual debt service payments. In the first column, you have the principal. The second column, the interest. It's offset by the third column of state aid to get your net debt service. But if you follow the principal column, that would be the rate at which you're rebuilding the town's credit capacity, which is approximately $2 million a year. So if we have a credit capacity of 100 million and we bond for 90 million, then every year 2 million will come off the 90 and we'll have that capacity for issuing new debt. It doesn't come off fast. So in 10 years, you'll have another 20 million plus the 10 in capacity. So you'd have 30 million, but you wouldn't consider doing a $30 million project after 10 years because you wouldn't want to over leverage and max out your credit capacity. So really you would be timing your projects such that you can use available debt capacity without maxing it out.
So, Mr. Marchand, on this chart, because it was developed a while ago, it starts off with November 2021 bans. Now, we've already passed that time. So does this change the chart in any way?
Good catch, Miss Ann. But the actual period ending 6/30/23, it's just those columns. He didn't change those numbers to 23, 24, and 25. We see in the blue columns.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he has the right years, but just didn't change the columns.
So even though the left-hand column doesn't have the right numbers, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, the left-hand column has the right numbers.
Okay.
It's just the date.
The date in the blue boxes are not quite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Can I just ask to be clear, is this the principal on just this bond or all school bonds?
This is just this bond.
Just this bond. So other bonds will be falling off in that time too.
Yes. So the next slide does show the total debt service of existing bonds together with this school bond. And in the orange column, you have our existing debt falling off, the final payments being made in 2039. And simultaneously, while you're paying down the school bond debt in the pink column. And so, it's not just the credit capacity from paying off the school bond. You'd obviously be adding to your credit capacity with the payment of your other bonds as well. So it might be faster than 2 million a year.
Yeah, I believe it'll be closer to probably, well, there'll be some of that
Close to
are
5 million.
4 to 5 million a year. Keep in mind this slide, number 7, shows interest and principal. So it's not strictly debt.
Oh, so it's not just debt.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
And so together, the total package, this is showing what our debt burden would be. And the next slide shows in visual format on a chart, just kind of the stacking of our current debt in blue with the added debt of the school bond in orange. The peak in 2026 represents the maximum payment we'd have in the initial principal and interest payment stacked on top of both bonds. So we'd have slightly over $10 million in town budget going out just to make the debt service payments that year. But in subsequent years, it levels out and goes down as you retire the debt. A lot of questions were asked about how to fund such a bond and could we fund it with the debt fall off? And it's a more complicated question than it would appear on the surface, because with the debt fall off, it's not like your car payment ended this month and you could just take the money next month and put it towards the bond, because the town council operates on an annual fiscal budget where each year has to be separately balanced between revenues and expenses. And while technically you could think of it in that way, when we're projecting out 25 years for this bond, we have no way of knowing what the other school and town expenses and needs will be. So we're projecting out based on a straight line expectation for budget growth in operations and expenditures, and we're just trying to balance it overall. So we're not jumping out to 2035 and saying, oh, there's a good fall off that year, we can put it towards the bond. What we have to do is we have to fund the bond from year one in such a way as we can maintain a balanced budget, which we'll show on subsequent slides. Next slide. So this slide shows our net debt service of our current debt book, not including the newest school bond. And this is really a reference provided by our PFM financial advisors. And the next slide shows the debt service for the sewer bonds to show the total context of the debt that the town is currently managing. The next slide. Ms. Mills prepared this slide in response to the question of how much of a levy increase would we need to do a one-time levy increase to cover the costs of taking the entire bond and baking it in to the tax base. The idea that we don't want to have multiple levy increases and multiple levy elections to cover the cost of the bond. And after we get through the first 3 years of the initial bond anticipation notes and getting the project up and running, in 2025, we project that a property levy increase of 6.8% would be needed in order to fully cover the balance of expenses for the bond through the remaining years of the life of the bond.
Mr. Marchand,
yes.
I do have a question. 6.8%, is that just for the bond, or does that include what would be needed for the operations of the town and the school in that year?
It's inclusive of all town operations for that year.
So we need 6.8% minimum for the school bond. It'd be like a one-time hit on the taxpayers to pay for the bond, and what we would need for school and town. Is that correct? And
right.
How we go about getting something over 4%?
Right. So in that number, 3% is figured for the school and town operating needs, and 3.8% would cover the big bite. One of my favorite childhood books was The Little Prince, and he draws a picture of a snake, and people think it's a rope and it's not very scary. So he draws a picture of an elephant in it and they think it's a hat. So then he has to draw the elephant, and it's how that snake can swallow the elephant. How do we get our jaws open big enough to take that hit and absorb it into the budget in one fell swoop? And so it's a pretty big bite. And we would require special legislation from the General Assembly in order to increase our levy greater than the 4%. And there's no assurance that they would approve it. It's just an option that we'd have to ask them for.
So I'm going to ask my broken record question, because I've been told yes so many times and yet never seen it. I've been told that we could have a capital fund where we could set the levy earlier, and then maybe not have to set it so high because we'll be putting into it for 3 additional years. I've been told this can be done. And yet, like I said, I've never seen it in any of these budget projections. So I'm wondering why.
So
I know it has to be approved by the council,
right. So, that's a scenario that, you can take that 3.8% and add 1% to the 3 prior years each, and then you could spread that out over those 3 years, and you could build that in. And it's certainly an illustration we could show. But the question is when you're proposing that budget, you're taxing and putting it into the reserve account so that you have those funds available in future years. And that is an option you can do. And I think you could even stay under the 4%, but it would require that the voters pass a 4% followed by a 3%, followed by a 4% budget in three
So-
subsequent years.
So can I just expand on that? So to answer your question, any kind of capital reserve, like we discussed before, you can budget that, and it has to be budgeted every year. So here's the caveat on this example and why that this is, if you were to try to do that, the difference in the first 2 years is not going to be enough to build up the year of the highest, let's see, the highest year was 2027. So here's the other issue. If, let's just say for best case scenario, we have to hit it 3 years in a row. We have to have, because this year is come and gone, it's 299. So we have 2 years before it's fully built. So you would have to take those increases that we have now, 199 and 3, and add another 1.5% to 2% for each one. So one of them is going over the 4% right there. And then the second one, as far as 2025, might or might not be over the 4%. But here's the issue. If you want to have 3, 4, and 4, you're going to have to know that you're going to get 3, 4, and 4 from the taxpayers to get the bond. So that's why it's really important that you show that when you do that bond, this is what it's going to cost. It's in the base. And from that point forward, it's the expenditures of the town and the school.
So we are assuming already that the budget for 23 and 24. So we're willing to make assumptions in putting forth this PowerPoint. So I get that. I guess my question is this. I, as a taxpayer, am probably more likely to go higher than the 4% if necessary in the same year that I said yes to this bond. So why would we wait until 2025 to go above the 4%? Why wouldn't we let the same voter pool that came out to say yes to the bond, because in this scenario, the bond passes, be the same people who get to say, and yes, I'm willing to pay a higher levy this year because I just bonded for a new school.
That's
So-
certainly an option the town council could consider.
So just so you know, to add the caveat, the town council has to budget that. So if you do a 4% for next year and you have, let's say, a surplus of 2 million, you would have to have the town council approve that 2 million in the capital reserve fund for that year. So, and it's got to be, so I don't know how you do it simultaneously.
I get that it can't be
So-
the same day, but if I'm coming out in March to vote for this bond, I'm probably more likely to remember as a non-voting on the budget taxpayer to come out and vote for the levy this year that goes along with that school. In 2 years, people are just going to look at the levy. And we've also already assumed multiple things into all of these charts. So I just think one thing that I've asked multiple times to assume, and I really think is the assumption to move forward with, and that's why I'm so gung-ho about it, is if we have to go higher than 4% any year, it should be this year. And have this council that put the bond forward say, yes, we're going to put the capital from this tax levy away to pay for this bond.
So, I mean, so noting that it's going to be at the 199 is literally break even for next year. So we know that you would most likely have to add minimum 3. So you're already over the cap, right? So as long,
Right, but we went over the cap in this scenario in 2025. Why can't we just go over the cap this year instead? That's what I'm asking.
yeah, I
If we
mean,
put it into a projection, why would we put it out into a projection 2 years from now?
yeah.
And maybe it could be a little less if we're
so
putting some money
that's-
away this year.
That's certainly a valid approach, and the council can choose to do it that way. The reason we showed it in this way is to show the full cost of the bond being absorbed in the budget in 1 year at
No,
one time.
and I appreciate that because basically the end result of this is, yes, it can be paid for. We just have
Right.
to, every year we go over 4%.
The taxes will be paid either way in either scenario. It's just a question of timing.
Yes.
might be germane to the conversation. You were talking about General Laws 4452, which is the law that the General Assembly passed many years ago that capped property tax increases or levy increases at 4% per year. And I think a lot of the discussion revolves around, how do we navigate that cap? And the Section D of that law says that if a city or town forecasts or experiences debt service expenditures that exceed the prior year's debt service expenditures by an amount greater than the percentage increase as specified in subsection A, that's the 4%, or as a result of bonded debt issued in a manner consistent with general law or a special act, which would be the enabling act for the referendum, then you can have you can get approval from I think it's the Department of Municipal Finance or something in the Department of Revenue. However, nobody ever reads E, which I think is the really tough part of navigating that journey, which is you have to get, in the case of Coventry, you have to get the voters to approve it at a financial town meeting. And that to me is the toughest of all, because you're talking about at some point a better than 6% tax increase. All the time I've lived in Coventry, I've never seen that. And I'm just putting it out there as a real 100%. Challenge. That's all.
And that's another reason why I'd like it to happen in the same year when we've approved a bond, but haven't issued it yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different ideas. I'm just giving the information.
No, I appreciate that very much.
And I think that's really the big challenge. You'll probably get approval because you have an act of the General Assembly that mandates how you're going to do this, but you still have to get the voters' approval. And we all know that's not easy in this town.
But I guess my hope is it's a different 2,000 people that come out to vote for this bond than come out to vote in our general election. And they vote in both.
You mean in the financial town meeting, you mean?
Well, the financial town meeting is before the budget referendum.
Right, but once the budget referendum is passed, and I know this sort of gets into the notion of, I think some of the members of the building committee wanted to put the levy right in the bond. I've never seen that done. I don't think you can do that. But if the General Assembly wants to do something, it can be done because they are the supreme power in the state. But I don't, short of that, I don't see how, in other words, unless you incorporate that levy in, you're going to have a bifurcated process. If the bond passes, you still have to summit, really, to me, the peak that is Everest, which is getting the voters to actually approve the money, because the voters in this town always have the last say on the money. And that to me is the real assent. So that's my 2 cents.
But we also had another meeting in which Mr. D'Agostino read from the law, and he said that there were maybe 4 criteria which need to be met in order to go above 4%. And he said he did not think that Coventry met any of those criteria.
No.
From that, we can go above the 4%.
You don't have to meet all 4. It gives 4 different ways that you can exceed the 4% cap. It's not all 4.
Okay, it sounded like we didn't even meet one of the criteria.
I'm just reading it my way tonight.
Right.
And if you have a special act, you can have you're still not going to get the levy baked in, though. That's the thing I'm kind of stressed.
So Mr. Gorham, can you explain to taxpayers the process if this gets on a referendum and they approve this bond, is that before the 6.8% tax, but the budget that they'll see? Or is it after? Can you explain the steps on that? So,
You mean the bond vote?
so I guess what I'm getting at is, so our budget coming up, right, is FY '23. And typically that's going to be voted on in May, correct? Right?
Yeah.
May of 2022. So they would technically have to vote. This is where I'm just getting it out there for the taxpayers. They would have to vote this. Let's just say if you wanted it next year at 6.8 versus 2 years down the road, they would have to vote this 6.8. And let's just say it gets on a referendum and they're going to vote on that. Without the 6.8 increase in the budget, how is that going to marry up to the referendum?
payments.
This is what I think, can you iron out that
So-
confusion?
Let me see if I can take a stab at it, because what I do see.
I'm glad
here
you want
is-
to, because I didn't quite understand the question.
So there's going to be some moving targets and dynamics that the town would have to address tactically. If the bond referendum passed and we got to May and we had a 4% budget increase in order to take 2% and just put it in a reserve, if that vote failed, the budget failed, I don't know how many more bites at the apple we're going to try to take to get a budget passed. But if the town is level funded, that way ups the ante for having to get it passed the next year. And we have 3 years where our expenses on the project would be low enough as to not represent a major impact. But come year 3, when we have that $10 million debt service hit, then it doesn't matter if the voters pass the budget or not, because the state says that the bondholders get their money first.
Right.
And it could be a devastating blow to the solvency of the school and the town budgets, because you still didn't get the tax increases to maintain services and cover the bond. So every year it becomes a higher and higher high stakes game to pass enough of a levy increase to keep everything going.
So I think consistent with that, the challenge is best manifested on page 157, which is this graph that was prepared that shows at some point you're going to have to hit that peak somewhere along the continuum of payments.
So can I just say,
But
we're going to fall into a lot of issues in this town if the budgets continually don't get passed, with or without this bond. And any other strategic planning and move forwards that we have are going to be an issue if budgets do not get passed by this town. I do have one question that I'd very much like to have answered before next week, though, and that is, if we have voters approve this bond in March and vote down the budget in May, can we kill the bond?
Yes, you don't borrow money.
Because that's our time lag, I believe, Ms. Mills.
All right. Well, okay. So one of the things that we talked about with Mr. Massaroni the other day, I believe, was that the General Assembly approving the bond legislation and then the voters approving the bond, that does not mean the money is not spent until this town council then says, all right, we're going to spend
20 million.
20 million or whatever. This came up when I was representing Foster and Gloucester in the House of Representatives. I can't remember the amount of the bond issue, but it's the bond issue that created the Pontiac High School that we know today. And even after the voters approved the bond, I think it was 05 or 06, there was a huge movement afoot in the towns to convince I think it was the Foster Gloucester School Committee that actually had the power to appropriate the money. There was a huge movement to try to get them to stop, to not spend all of it. They spent all of it. And of course it was challenging political situation. People were very strongly willed about it. That could happen here. I mean, the town council issues the checks once you've got the bonding authority. So it remains in your hands. So, yeah, these are good points that you've brought up. So thank you.
So it is possible for the voters to authorize during a referendum, the issuing of a bond.
Yeah.
But we can then wait for the budget vote in May and then determine if we've got the support to even go and borrow money. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, if you time it, I mean, the financial meeting's always in May, but it starts in May.
Yeah.
Some years we've gone into, I don't know, it's on the whole year trying to get a budget. But I think that the council, can take a very, very careful approach. That's a possible approach to this, not start spending the money until you've had your financial town meeting. But of course, it's kind of a catch-22 because you don't really know how much you're going to spend until you actually issue it. So really, you've got to spend the money before you have a financial town meeting when you think it through. I'm open to suggestions how you could avoid that, but I don't see how. How are you going to ask for money that you haven't spent? That's the tough part.
We've already discussed with our finance director that we can have a revenue account specifically set aside for the principal and interest payments that will be coming forth in 2025.
So that would be the CIP reserve. If they choose to do it, they would have to pass it every year. So I just want to, thanks for going through that timeline, because here's the thing that would make some people nervous. So you get to May and you're trying to pass the budget and it's 6.8 and you got an astounding no, and you get an astounding no time and time again. So now we're level funded. So now we're back to, so that's my concern from both the school perspective and the town. So
That is a very valid
I'm
concern.
nervous about that.
And I think the final piece that I would just wrap in, because we don't need to run circles on this, but I would say that if in the event the town were to vote down the budget referendum in May, there's going to be a certain number of expenses that need to start as soon as the bond referendum is approved in order to meet some of these deadlines. And so what would end up happening is if it fails in May, the town council could turn around and say, I guess we're not doing this project. And you just be on the hook for the expenses for March, April, May. And you just stop the project there and go back to the drawing board for a different solution. Just because you're authorized to get a bond doesn't mean you have to take it out and spend the money. This is a kind of a live and evolving situation. You have to look at the best interest of the town. I'm sure, my heart goes out to all the people in Kentucky that had catastrophes and emergencies completely ruin their lives. And every municipal project, I guarantee you, is being thrown out the door and they're starting over. You can't predict these things. So you're going to do the best you can with the information you have. You're going to make projections based on what you have before you. And then when you get there, you'll cross that bridge. So I want to just finish up on this slide, because this slide is really just to talk about those assumptions underlying the projection, and that we are assuming for the next 25 years, a straight line status quo of maintaining a 3% budget growth for the town expenditures, a 3.3% budget growth for the school expenditures. Some people might say that's too high. Other people might say it's too low. Inflation is wreaking havoc on us in this current budget year. But you got to use some basis to imagine what the future looks like. And hopefully over a 25-year period, you're averaging out to a more stable and steady rate of growth. We do anticipate that funds will be available. We do anticipate debt drop off. We do anticipate that the schools will continue to be funded by the state at a rate of 2% growth each year. And the same for meals and beverages and telephone tax. And on the expenditure side, we did not include any budget in this 25-year projection for town or school CIP. So everything is assumed to work within what we've projected, and year to year, we'd have to find another way of addressing other capital improvement needs for the town or the school.
Can I just ask, are you sure that this town CIP, because this actually says on slide 12, next to the green column, includes CIP?
It's 200,000 roughly.
Okay, so a small,
Yeah.
save it. Gotcha.
So the CIP is really more related to personal type property like trucks, equipment, as
Gotcha.
opposed to roads, buildings.
But more than we put away last year, so good that it's in there. I like that.
We got to sneak it in some way or it'll never get in, right? So yeah, the page 12, I'm not going to really go into, this is more for a reference in the packet. People can come back to look at this, but this shows this projection over 25 years across all town revenues and school revenues and expenses. And the key column is the third one from the right, that shows our projected, it's the one on the far right in gray that shows that we have no deficits in any of the 25 years based on this set of assumptions. So it is technically feasible, however risky all the variables may entail. All right, next slide. Budget projection concerns. The assumption that the school appropriations will continue to increase at a rate of 3.3% is going to outpace the levy increase of an average of 3% that we projected. So that is one kind of part of our projection that doesn't really work in the long term. But we figured that would be a year-to-year budget discussion with the school department. Property taxes produce 67% of all revenue for the town, plus another 2.6% from motor vehicle taxes. That 69% equals the school expenditures of 69% of the budget. So the real estate taxes alone account for the entire school expenditures. That's not how the budget breaks it out because you have state aid and different funding sources, but I think it's an interesting representation of what it takes to run the schools in Coventry. Educational aid is 24% of the revenue, which 100% goes to the schools, and another 4% comes from state aid. 2.4% of Coventry's revenue is not made up of real property taxes or state aid. So the town has very little options to fund anything except by property tax and state aid. If we could build and find other sources of revenue that we could explore, that would be great. But we're starting from scratch, and like any business venture, it's going to need capital to get started. And so we don't really have a capital program to do that. And yet we have that need, which is great. On the expenditure side, again, we don't have any capital improvements built in except for the modest $200,000 to cover vehicles and equipment for the town. And certainly the other schools will have new maintenance requirements before the 25-year life of the bond ends. So that's another concern about how we fund the ongoing maintenance of our existing assets. Next slide. This slide, I'm not going to read all of it, but I just want to acknowledge that there's budget funding uncertainty every year with getting the budget referendum passed by the voters. There's an existing lack of resources for many needs in both the town and the schools that deferred maintenance investments that were not made previously that we're falling behind, and it's costing more and more every year to catch up. I think of it in terms of if you skip oil changes for a year, you can't make it all up next month with 4 oil changes. And even if you buy a new transmission and update your car, you still need to do the oil change too. And so the town is in a position of having to pay more than it would have cost if the town had kept up on the oil changes. And we're going to figure out how to do that. And that's why we've had these meetings on strategic planning, and we're going to be hitting this budget session and cycle really hard. A lack of development capacity. This kind of goes back to, if we don't have the ability to invest in new revenue generating activities in the recreation program or a property management program with the town's many assets, then we're not going to be able to grow additional revenue, and we're entirely reliant on the property tax and the taxpayers. Our growing debt is, to pass this bond would exacerbate our debt limits, because in the context, it's not just the total debts of the town, but it's also our unfunded pension liabilities and our total outstanding liabilities exceeds $240 million. And our net position is deeply negative at $130 some million. And that's part of the context that needs to be weighed carefully, and the decisions that we make, and how can we position the town to be in the strongest financial footing to make the best decisions and have resources available in times of crisis that are not anticipated. I mentioned the unmet facility needs. We've mentioned that this proposal would maximize the credit utilization of the town, using all but 8% of its available credit under state law. That will improve every year. And I know that there's a lot of concerns that this project is long overdue, and that might be just the hit the town needs to take to do what it has to do to move forward. But it's not an easy decision any way you look at it. And again, there are other infrastructure needs that will continue to put its demands on the town and the taxpayers. So the last slide is a simple budget projection showing it. This is significant because it's showing that the town has the same budgetary needs from year to year with a 3% budget growth rate and maintaining a balanced budget, even if you don't have the bond. And the big challenge is, taking that big bite of the bond to get it into the tax base as early as possible. And how will that be possible? Because the rest of the needs and the operations of the schools in the town will just continue. I created one graph where it was literally, except for the bond in year 2026, you just had this one bump, but otherwise they were parallel lines going off for 25 years. The bond and the school project aren't going to impact us beyond that initial hit, but it's, can we take that hit and what will that do to our position in the next 10 years? Next slide. This slide shows how our debt margin is calculated. It's a formula set by state statute. We take the total gross assessed value of all taxpayer property in Coventry, less the exempt property, and multiply it by 3%. In 2020, that limit was 104 million. In 21, it went up to 119 million. And we project for the end of this year to be at 120 million of total debt limit. And that will also depend on the changes of property values. Maybe property values have been rising consistently for many years here. I remember my father invested in a home where the property value didn't change for 20 years. It was completely stagnant. And not knowing what the economy holds in the future, you can't count on that to necessarily always go up. But other people are a lot more familiar with the history of the local tax base than I, since I've only been here less than a year. So.
And this doesn't assume any growth, right? This is just stagnant property value. This is what it is now.
I mean, it shows, well, yeah. We have a stagnant growth for the current year projection because we just don't know.
And I do have a question on this because this chart only goes as far as June 30th, 2022. And it doesn't indicate how our capacity may build through the years. And we did receive some information that shows capacity building. So can we extend beyond 2022?
So those are two different assumptions. And I would say those two charts are not comparable because the chart that was produced by Mr. Sands was really just taking the amount of principal pay down and adding it to the other columns to show your increased capacity. This isn't looking at the pay down of debt at all. It's just looking at your gross assessed value increase in valuation. And we don't have a way to project what the valuations will be for the next 1 year or 10 years because we can't predict the real estate market. And I don't know of any models that we could reliably.
Just to add what Mr. Marchand said. I mean, we just showed the charts in this presentation that had if you could just look at the debt schedule for the existing debt and then the current proposed debt. So, you're talking a roughly 4 to 5 each year, you would be having a principal fall off, right? So, I mean, in its most simplest forms, if you went to FY 6/30/23, you would subtract another 4 million or you would add another 4 million. So instead of 10 million in FY 22, you would have 14 million. Okay. So, I mean,
they can work.
It is going to go up, but it's marginal. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, last slide is simply the litmus test I proposed once upon a time to evaluate any investment in municipal assets. Is it needed? Is it the best solution for the problem? Is this a good, responsible use of tax dollars? Will this serve the public interest? Will this be sustainable? Will this be a meaningful and impactful investment of limited public funds? Will this investment help reduce the tax burden? And, certainly this project has its benefits, and there isn't really a way that it's going to reduce the tax burden. There isn't really a way that it's going to be sustainable because schools are an expense. They don't generate funds like maybe other programs might, but not every project needs to answer all the questions in the affirmative. It is a values question for the community to say what's the appropriate investment and at what's the right time. There was a news story that was shared with me the other day. I think it was Johnston or Cranston's looking at schools, and their superintendent was talking about how this whole program that the state is offering was trying to get communities to invest in newer and fewer schools. And, the newer is obviously one that this project contemplates with the middle school. I asked when I first got here why consolidations for fewer schools weren't considered because of the benefit you'd get by having fewer operations to invest in and maintain, and consolidation could have certain benefits. And that was simply not part of the conversation. And so depending on what happens here, I think that's a conversation for the future regardless.
I do think that was part of the conversation, though. I would ask again, because I'm quite positive, and I can have some members of the committee come forward. They did discuss consolidating the elementary schools, and the project they chose to move forward with just happened to have been the middle school project.
That's fine.
I do have a question, though. The work to be done was bundled in order to maximize the incentives from the state. What impact would there be if there was an unbundling of this project? You foregone some let go of some of the incentives, but then you started smaller projects. You started the flow of money in from the state, and that could be then used to help pay down the bond. So I'm just wondering if there was possibility of unbundling the project starting with smaller projects in order to try to get the money in as quickly as possible.
That would really change the dynamic of what the state's program is offering. And a separate project would have a completely different set of criteria and how the state would fund it and promote it. So we're not able to run a scenario based on that assumption because there's too many unknowns.
I'm just suggesting that all the work would still be done, but instead of waiting till everything is done in 2025, that somehow you accelerate some portions of the project, get them done, get the flow of money in as quickly as possible, and then continue on another project, get the flow of money in, et cetera.
That would be great, but that's not how it's currently structured. And the state has said that they wouldn't extend any funds until the project is done, except for the pay-go amount.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Marchand. Ms. Mills. We are now on agenda item D3, public comment. We offer an opportunity for any members of the public to make a statement. Please raise your hand. We'll recognize you. You may come forward. And then we also invite people who are on Zoom to raise their hand also. Mrs. Kennedy, please come forward. State your name and address.
Christine Kennedy, 46 Cobblestone Terrace. So I'd like to draw your attention to slide 4 in the packet. I feel like there might be a misrepresentation of what this slide is trying to show, especially in that second column, where it takes away that 15% of the bonus. This to me is saying that let's do this project later. Let's not do it right now. The problem is that you cannot use $89 million if we do this project later. I work in construction, and I can tell you that every year cost of construction goes up 3 to 4%. So right away, if you want to do this later, you need to add 4%, especially in today's climate. It is going to be 4% all day long. The cost of steel went up 18% last year alone. If you do this project 5 years from now, it is going to cost $37 million more than what it would cost today. And all you have to do is the calculation out on this and add 4% every year. And you will not get the same scope of work because the same scope of work is more expensive. You are going to have to cut things out. And in 5 years, if you're only meeting your minimum maintenance requirement, the school is going to be in worse shape. So you're still going to be spending more money. The need is there now. I understand that you guys have a heavy burden to lift here, but I just don't see any path forward where this project does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy. Is there any other member of the public? Mr. Williams?
Richard Williams from 2980 Flat River Road. I still have that same question. Why wasn't the school across the street in this whole program? How much? It's almost completely empty. We got an empty, completely almost empty school over there, and it wasn't even considered in this program. They could have transferred the whole middle school to the old middle. That used to be a middle school. They could have transferred that over there. But there wasn't even considered in any of this building stuff or anything. I don't know why. That's the only thing I want to do. I just wanted to ask that question. I don't expect an answer, but I don't know why that wasn't even considered and all this stuff.
I don't
Well, you got an
100%.
almost empty building over there.
I don't 100% know the answer to your question, but I will say one part of it is the idea of a future campus over where the middle school is currently, whereas this location isn't large enough for something like that. I can also say that that building is in very bad disrepair as well. So you need some tear down and build up of that building. And what used to house a full Coventry Middle School is no longer large enough. So I don't know 100%, but I'm just giving those points just so you know that that building isn't fit to house our middle school children either.
Why is there any occupation in it then?
That's a different question.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hall?
Hi, Alita Hall, 6272 Flat River Road. Full disclosure, I'm on the building committee, for those who don't know. So I kind of came here, so we've sat over the past couple years and we've probably talked a lot. Everybody's heard about the new middle school in Barrington. They've heard about the new high school in East Providence. North Providence just finished 2 elementary schools, Stephen Olney and McGuire. Lincoln just finished the high school. Current approved bond votes that are going on around the state. Pawtucket is under construction for Henry Winters Elementary School. They have an RFP going out to start a second elementary school, Baldwin Elementary. They're looking at a proposal, potential unified high school between Shea and Tolman. They have 2 different high schools there. Cranston right now is going out, 2 new elementary schools, Gladstone Elementary, Eden Park Elementary. Newport is, we're starting Rogers High School, hopefully in the summer, and they're putting an addition on Pell Elementary School, building it out. Cumberland has a approved vote. They're doing big work at Cumberland High School and smaller project at Cumberland Hill Elementary. Portsmouth just got a smaller vote approved, work at the middle school, high school, 2 of their elementary schools. Providence is $160 million approved into a $278 million capital plan. They're starting renovations, Classical High School, my alma mater for the record, Windmill and Pleasant View elementary schools. Upcoming votes, people who are allowing their taxpayers to have a say in this. Johnston is going out in March, $215 million program, brand new elementary school, brand new preschool, total renovations of the high school and middle school. Warwick, again, a couple options on the table. They're going out to vote. There's options for both of their high schools ranging from $120 to $190 million for Pilgrim and Tollgate. Central Falls, they'll be going out to vote soon, roughly about $120 million. They want to get new high school, another $25 million for others. I mean, I don't say any of this to say that Coventry should be doing what anybody else is doing, right? That's not the style. You don't want to keep up with the Joneses, but they're doing these things for a reason. All of the schools in the state were built at the same time. Every article that I read or read about any of these towns that approved these votes, if you look at their tax base, their mayors, their school superintendents, transformational, generational change, bringing much needed to our children in our community. And I just feel like we're doing our kids a disservice because the reason they're doing it is the reason we should be doing it. They're taking advantage of what they need for their kids. And they're also taking advantage of the additional tax incentives from the state that may or may not be there. And when I look at it and I look at the council as a person who pays my taxes and gets my increase every year, I mean, not to say it any kind of way, no disrespect to the council, I don't see where my money goes. I don't walk into any building here and get a big wow factor. Well, we got the new police station in there, but as a construction person, I see other things about that building. But I don't walk in and I don't get that. I don't say, wow, this is great. I'm glad that my dollars are going up every year. And when I look at the numbers, the ones that Council Chair Dickinson, I'm trying to pull up the photo. Excuse me, I had to screenshot it earlier because I could not open this presentation for whatever reason. But the one that Luke Murray had sent out. So if we do say we pay off $4 to $5 million in debt a year, we start off at 10 million right now without the bond. 5 years from now, without going to bond for the school, we have $105 million capacity. I want to know what your capital plan is that does something with that $105 million capacity and what my tax dollars get me for it. And with this bond, 5 years, that $105 million is $34 million. So again, if it's not $100 million, what do you want to do with $34 million in 5 years? I don't think there's another plan. And I think we're fooling ourselves when we look at that slide that talked about risks. And we say, if something big comes up in this town and we do this bond, we can't do it. The only big thing, I don't want to say the only big thing, but I think we're really kidding ourselves if we don't think something at that middle school is not going to come up as a huge capital expense over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think we're much better being proactive about attacking it rather than waiting for something to happen while our kids are in that building and we're looking for somewhere to house 1,200 students while we fix it. So that's all. That's my say on it. I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope you have enough information to feel like you're making the right decision, but I really think there's only one decision for the kids here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hall. Is there anyone else in the public who'd like to? Mr. Estall.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to this. This wasn't here the first time I stood up to talk to the town council. Is this okay? Everybody can hear me?
Name and address. Name and
I've lived
address.
on Weaver Hill Road since 1987, across from Jeff and Mary Ann's horse farm pasture. And in full disclosure, I'm on the subcommittee too. Counselor, I remember having a lovely conversation with you after voting for you in the old town hall fire department. And I appreciate hearing you talk on the lively experiment. You have wonderful things to say. You're welcome. So, I keep saying, I don't know how you guys do it. Every town council meeting is better than the last one. And this one is the best one so far. I don't know how you do it. The issue of the middle school was thrust upon me because I didn't want a new middle school. I didn't want any new building, but it was presented that there is a major problem in that school. And the school committee does not own the buildings. The town owns the buildings. They allow the schools to use them for school functions. That means that you own the town buildings. You own the middle school. There's a huge, huge issue. All around us, communities are taking advantage of this program to get new schools. And we sit here and tell our kids, our teachers, our faculty, walk through the wet hallway, breathe in the mold. This is terrible. We need to do something about that. And that's what this bond will do. It's a matter of you pass it, and then we'll see what the voters do with it. I love the direction that the conversation has gone. Once we get it passed, how do we manage it? With you, I know it'll be managed well, and I guarantee you, your school subcommittee, building subcommittee, will also manage it to your satisfaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other members of the public, Mr. Mayor? Please state your name and address, please.
Bradford Mayor, 360 Hope Furnace Road. I just wanted to clarify something. In the presentation where it had the 25 years of roughly 3% increases after the highest bite of the apple is taken to cover the bond payments, is that just an assumption and hope to account for growth in inflation and not necessarily a must to accompany the school bond itself?
Oh, we call it a fair guess. You can't anticipate everything. In some years, you could probably do with a 2%. In some years, you'll need a 4%. So we straight line 3%. Anytime you do revenue projections, it's anybody's crystal ball you could use. So it's 3% is commonly used for CPI estimates.
All right. So it's not those aren't necessarily linked to the bond itself directly.
No.
Okay. I would just suggest making that clear if the council decides to present this to the voters, to make it clear that they're not linked together necessarily for those on the fence, such as myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there any other member of the public? Yes, Assistant Superintendent Don Coward, please.
just a handful of things. So I don't know if it was said, and I want to make sure if it wasn't it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, please.
Don
state your-
Coward, Assistant Superintendent,
Address.
Coventry Public Schools. I live on One Carriage Road, Cranston, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
So I am not a resident, though I wish I were, because I'd vote for this thing like 7 times, which I don't think is legal. So I wanted to make sure we talked about the maintenance requirement, because the maintenance requirement is a significant part of this. It's about $2.6 million. I'm not the finance guy, but that's the ballpark. I think the town has built out this budget, which has the $200,000 built into it as for the vehicles, but it doesn't necessarily take on the maintenance requirement. And even if the school side is able to offset the maintenance requirement with the salaries from the maintenance department, because that's an allowable, we have to come up with $1.6 million. So I think it's important for everybody to know that if we don't do this project, we still have to come up with $1.6 million every year. If the 3% straight line budget were to work and we would pass that budget every single year, there'd probably be ways to creatively try to make all that work. I don't see that happening. And I don't want to be a naysayer, but I've been here 9 years. I haven't seen anything consistent in 9 years. I haven't seen anything consistent in 1 year. We saw 3 votes go 3 different ways. So I don't know how we can count on that. The other thing that Mr. Marchand said that I thought was telling is he said, if your transmission is falling out, you still need to do the oil changes. So our transmission is falling out. The school is in rough shape. And if we don't do the work now and we kick the can down the road, as they say, we're not going to be able to fix the school to where it needs to be. And something drastic will happen. And when something drastic happens, we will then have to find a way to fund that project without any of the kickers, any of the benefits coming from the state, without the $8 million pay-go and the $2 million pay-go that comes on the back end once you finish the project. So I know many school departments across the town, the state, are taking advantage of this because they have old buildings and they know there are problems coming down the pike that they can't afford to pay for them by themselves. So they're looking for these incentives to make that work. That's why Johnston, which is not a big community, is looking at over $200,000 worth of repairs, because it's a once in a generational opportunity to improve. And then in terms of your tax base and bringing, you talked about the 7 or 8 things that make a project a good project. When you listed your 7 or 8 things, I was nodding yes to every one of them. I'm like, yeah, yes. I think this is meeting every single criteria. And I think it does lend to the tax base, because you look who pays the taxes. And I think you said, you subtract out the people who are exempt from paying taxes, and then you shift the burden onto the people who are not exempt. People who are moving into the community generally are the people who don't fit into the exemption category. I'm making an assumption, but these are people with young families, or they're just starting out and they're looking for a place to move. And I think the more people who fit that category, the easier the impact is on the people who are taking on the burden. So I think there is an opportunity to add some finance to it. And then the last thing I was going to say, just from a school department side, is I was the principal of Washington Oak, and now I'm the assistant superintendent. And often during the spring and then into the summer, people call because they want to know which school their kids are going to go to. And by a vast majority, the calls that we get are about people looking for houses in the Washington Oak neighborhood. That's 100% the majority of what we get. People want to live in the Washington Oak neighborhood. They don't know that we have fantastic teachers at Hopkins Hill. They don't know that we have fantastic teachers at Ty Oak. They do know that Washington Oak is a new school. They know Washington Oak is a nice school. They drive by Washington Oak and they say, I want my kids to go there. When people drive by this new school, they're going to say, I want my kids to go there. And I think it's an opportunity to bring more people into the community. And last thing is that it will be also a resource to the community, because part of the project includes increase in the fields, improvements to the gym, and facilities that bring in the community. So people look at that as a win-win, a place to put their kids for school, but a place for recreation. So those are just a few touch points I wanted to hit. There's probably 12 I missed, but I think my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coward. Any other members of the public who are here today who would like to make a comment? All right, is there anyone on Zoom? Please raise your hand. Is there any hand up?
There are no hands currently raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, public comment is now over. I just remind the members of the public that we do have public comment at the end of our meeting also. We're now on to agenda item D4, discussion and/or action regarding developing a plan on the assets that the town of Coventry owns, including proposed sale of the Mapledale School. I would just make a comment to set the stage for this. One of the members of our community, Mr. Larry Menier, who lives on Richardson Road in Coventry, he has 55 years of experience as a data analyst and data mapper. He's retired and he wanted to use his skills in service of the town of Coventry. So he approached a number of the department heads here, and he also approached me because we live in the same district. And he said, can we get together to discuss some of the services that I might be able to provide to the town? So we've been meeting for several months and just brainstorming. We started off by talking about voter patterns because I was very interested in how do we get budgets passed in this town. I mean, what do we know about the voters? What is the profile of the voters in each of the districts? So we started talking about that, and then he did a lot of analysis on that, and then we moved to other projects. So I want to tell you very briefly about some of the projects he's been working on, and each of you at the council has some information, and then we will move on to a discussion of the Mapledale School. So he's been looking at population changes in the district. He's analyzed data, and he's made a comparison of old and new districts, et cetera. And he's made some predictions about where populations will increase or decrease various districts. And additionally, he told me that election data services is working on redistricting information for the Coventry Council districts. So I'm going to request that the town manager provide a status to the council in the new year of that project work that's being done as you get to know about it. Okay? Thank you. He's also been looking at voter registration and voter characteristics, and this will be very useful in planning strategies for future referendum, including even looking at a referendum for the bond should we get to that point. And that will be very important as we understand better who is voting. We don't know what they're voting, but we do know who they are and where they live. He also has been digitizing the 1978 historical survey by the Rhode Island Preservation and Heritage Commission, and he's been using other kinds of data. He's also been using parcel databases from the tax assessor, and he's going to present all this data at the Coventry Historical Preservation Commission meeting on December 16th. The presentation to them will include maps of the pre-1900 parcels not in the Historic Resources Survey. And he's also going to include information about the Coventry cemeteries, the Coventry dams, which are very interesting to us because everyone is, interested in how these dams, where they are located and how they were used. So he's going to present a lot of this historical information, starting with the Historical Preservation Commission. And then he's also analyzed town-owned parcels using the Coventry Tax Assessors database. And the data from that report is included in the town council package. So I'd like to ask Mr. Menier to come forward, please, and introduce himself and tell us a little bit more about what you've done to understand the town-owned parcels and what you found out about what the town does own.
Did you have the maps to pass out?
Yes, everyone got the package. Just the
Okay,
members of the public, members of the council did receive 3 maps. One of them is unlikely saleable town-owned properties. One is potential saleable town-owned properties and in-use town-owned properties. I want to mention that the council has not made any decisions on any of this data. They're getting this data for the first time. But tell us what you've been able to do.
Well, basically, there's a state land use code in the assessor database that indicates the nature of the property, and 123 town-owned parcels were labeled municipal. Those are the ones that I looked at that could be disposable, saleable. 68 of them are committed to town offices and so forth, and could not be reused. 35 of them are probably saleable. 14 of them are look very buildable and saleable, and 20 of them are too small or irregularly shaped or landlocked, but may be saleable to a neighbor. So in your packet, I summarized all of those. Basically, what I didn't get a chance to include in that packet are the three maps you see. So the first one shows where all the committed parcels are in the town, and labeled with the nature of the commitment there. And then the next map is the potentially saleable town-owned properties. And I've put the parcel number on the top of each one of those parcels. So with the thinking that if you're interested in any of these parcels, just go to the town GIS, which is very good. Use that, put in that parcel number, and you can get all the detail from the Northeast Reval assessment, and also the what CAI includes in there in terms of the boundaries and so forth. And so this is just a quick index, geographic index. So if you're interested in a particular area, you can look those up. And then finally, the third category is the unlikely, I call them unlikely saleable. A lot of them are close to conservation areas. They're strange kind of parcels, and a lot more research needs to be done on those. And I indicated in the parcel numbers you got there that the total assessment for both those categories, saleable and unlikely. So that gives you a rough idea of what the total valuation would be for sale.
I'm going to open it up to questions from the council, but I am going to propose that, Mr. Marchand, I'd like to have you validate this data with Mr. Crossman. I mean, Mr. Menier has used legitimate, well-known sources of data, but I would like Mr. Crossman to validate this data. Also validate the data from the tax assessors database, and then ask you for a proposal about the disposition of the town-owned properties probably sometime in January to give your recommendations.
I think the validation of the data can be done fairly straightforward, because this is the same information we provided to Mr. Menier that he relied upon to build this
Right.
data. So we're working off
So
the
we're
same
okay.
data sets.
Okay.
As far as a recommendation on the disposition of properties, I think that's really to be preceded by the conversation of the council tonight. And I don't know that January is the right time frame for me to be able to come up with a strategy for maybe one or two properties, certainly not all of them.
Yeah. Okay, so well, these are some of the suggestions. I'll open up council members' questions that you may have. Mrs. Lima.
Thank you for putting in time to help us with this report. It's appreciated. So I read the memo and I saw kind of some call outs on parties who are interested in certain buildings, overall program goals and objectives that the policy, town council would kind of determine how to move forward. But my question is kind of just that. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. I mean, how do you set policy about this? I mean, how do you know what's the best path forward? Or, I mean, is this all that people normally have to go on to decide what to do with these buildings? Or, I mean,
the answer could be far ranging from one property to another. One property might have a very deep emotional connection to someone. Maybe it's deep. Maybe it's significant to a broader part of the community. There isn't any one way of evaluating the value of property. I think when properties are in the public ownership of a municipality, it does introduce a lot more variables than it would be if you were a simple business owner, real estate developer. You see the asset as strictly a numbers-based value and what the market will bear. But when you start introducing historical or artistic significance or the potential use for public purposes. Do you need a park in this area? Do you need a civic center or a meeting house or whatever it is? It changes the dynamic a lot from the strictly financial assessment to other intangible values and how you want to use the properties. I think a good program will kind of evaluate every property kind of based on the criteria of what's important to the council, what's important to the community. Getting public input certainly is part of the maybe the comprehensive planning process or community surveys if there's certain properties that are of more community interest than others. But I think there's a lot of properties that no one knows about, no one thinks about, and a lot of people wouldn't care if the town owned it or didn't own it.
So I guess with that in mind, and my immediate reaction would be, I feel like we could probably have more clear policy conversation or how we want to move forward once we see the comprehensive plan complete, the performance audit complete. I mean, I think some of those recommendations, the strategic plan, might give color to the future of these properties that we might deem we want to work with. But that's just my immediate reaction. It's a lot to take in and absorb. So I appreciate that. But thank you.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm wondering, in the presentation to the Historical Society, are they going to be giving input to you, or just to kind of state areas that they think are of significance, or were they just getting information? I wasn't sure.
First, I want to show them what I've done so far. My initial goal here is to produce a comprehensive geographic information system of the town, much more comprehensive than is online or that the state GIS has. So I have about 25 layers so far. So the commission is not aware of what I've done so far. So first, I just want to give them an overview of what I've got. Then we can talk about where to go next.
All right, I appreciate that. And I really appreciate for the non-saleable or unlikely that you indicated that some of these are near conservation areas. And, as we put other commissions together, I'd be curious just on their thoughts on some of these properties and why possibly we should keep them for the public good.
Well, one immediate approach would be to take the low-hanging fruit, the top 5 or 6 highest assessed pieces of property, and just look at those for now. That's the old 80-20 rule. That would give you 80% of the revenue with just 5 or 6 probably.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you for putting the analysis together. It's certainly a lot to look at, so I think we're going to have to take some of this home tonight. In terms of having some sort of plan, like Mrs. Lima had mentioned, my kind of vision for a plan was to have some sort of goals or outline from the council on what we do and don't want to see. So I'll give you one example. So Mapledale School is on the agenda again for tonight. I know we've pushed this several times, but I don't want to randomly see parcels of town-owned land randomly end up on the agenda. I'd rather, like your suggestion was something to the effect of, let's take the 80% as a group and decide, are these the ones we want them to go out to bid? And then say, Mr. Marchant, can you and the staff get these to go out? I don't want them to randomly show up in the newspaper. I don't want them to randomly come into the council and the reason I'm saying randomly is because I didn't even know Mapledale School had gone out. And it seems as though there was discussion with the previous town manager and that type of thing. So I'm not saying anything negative happened. I'm just saying, as a council person, I didn't even know that was on the table to be sold. And my concern are some of the historic properties in town and making sure that we're not just selling off properties. Is it something that we could possibly take stewardship of through the Town Historical Preservation Commission? And we'll talk about stewardship in January. But I don't want to just, to me, randomly see parcels of land come in. I want to have some sort of agreement with the council to say, could we have an approach such as, let's analyze the top 5 properties that look as though that they're not historic, not next to conservation land or whatever. Let's get some feedback from some of the other commissions in town. And then we want to direct the manager to go out on these 5 or 10 properties, whatever that is.
It is curious that the Mapledale property is actually the former Anthony School from 1895. And it has historical significance. And I don't know if the commission was even aware that it was going to be sold, but they might want to turn into a museum or something.
So there is some more commentary that we can talk about on that building when we hit the next agenda item, but that's a perfect example that I don't want these to just continue coming to the council as one-offs. We have to have the same conversation each time. So this feels like a really good start, a really good base for us to say, okay, based on the suggestions that we have here, could we take some time and look at the top 5 properties or something like that, rather than individual properties come to the council for sale.
Mr. Marchand?
Yeah, I think that's a good approach, but I think there's also other dynamics that we can't really predict or account for. And the properties that wouldn't be in your 20% group would be all these, orphaned parcels that are not accessible from anywhere, and we'll get requests from the adjoining neighbor saying, I want to buy this parcel. It was maybe taken at tax sale, or who knows how it ended up in the town's possession. But so those properties which don't appear to have any other redeemable value, we could certainly...
Residents should always come first. If a resident is coming in with a reasonable request like that, we should hear that out. But I'm just talking about, in general, can we have some sort of agreement with the council to say, to direct staff to say, we would like to, have staff take a look at, based off of this baseline, whatever the appropriate number is, top 5, top 6, whatever properties you think we should consider for sale in 2022. And can we revisit that in, say, February, something like that?
So that goes back to what I suggested, and that is that Mr. Marchand would make a recommendation to us. I suggested January, but February is fine. But we have a starting point, and Mr. Minier has done field trips, so he's actually going to look at all these properties.
But we haven't actually. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. No. But we haven't actually agreed anything as a council on what the 2 or 3 things are as a plan or strategy. That's just one thing that I was throwing out as an example. And if the rest of the council says that sounds like a decent plan, then we can move forward with that.
So are you suggesting the top 5 in value? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the criteria that we're going to ask to be followed. Yes.
So Ms. Ludwig can tell me, but the kind of vibe I'm feeling with this is more of a, if there's a parcel for question that maybe have interested parties for sale or what have you, I would think that there's certain aspects of that parcel that would trigger alarms that this needs to be escalated to the council. So if it's historic, if it's this many acres or, this many square feet, I think there are certain things like that that should ring alarm bells. But that's just me as far as town council policy wise.
Yeah, I can give you another example. So on the baseline that you've given us, it mentions historic property parcels are for Reed Schoolhouse, Walker Farm Homestead, and Harris Mill Park. So I would treat that as a separate request to say, we would like the council to specifically review these historic properties and whether or not we even want to entertain selling them in 2022, or do we want to consider bringing them to Historical Preservation Society for stewardship? So if the answer is yes to that, then we move forward in that direction. Or if there's any other properties that fit under this quote unquote historic property group. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want to show up to another town council meeting or get my agenda packet in a couple days ahead of time and it says Walker Farm Homestead for sale. That's what I want to avoid.
Because that's final. You can't get that land back.
Yeah.
And same thing with any of the other buildings that we own, like the old police station or anything like that. we talked about in our strategic planning meeting about some of these facility needs that we have. We talked about there needs to be a new community center. We talked about how the library space is insufficient. We talked about the need for land for potentially having a yard waste facility. So that land is here, but we just don't know the specs that are potentially needed, but there's potential to repurpose it or use it. So that's another thing I'd like to know is, say for a parcel of land the size of, I don't know, the one that's 72.84 acres up in District 2, got a giant price tag. For something that's that many acres, what could you potentially, what are the possibilities for that? If we don't use it, what could potentially go there? Is it just all housing? Is it based on location because it's off of 117? Is that amenable for a large office space? I don't know, but I think knowing what other potential is available for these spaces, if it doesn't stay with us, is also just as important. But I think we don't want to just sell it and forget about it. I think we'd want to sell it with a plan and purpose.
Yes, exactly. And there's some parcels in here that are highlighted by the real estate pages in here talking about the old police station property. And I've voiced concern on this before that I wish I could reverse my vote from last year about having it go out to any type of possible real estate agent or anything, because that's the only piece of property in what several districts may consider a central part of town that has any parking, access to the bike path, and is technically it's a decent piece of land right there that has all those amenities that we don't have to pay for. It's already ours. Now, obviously, there's a detriment that comes there. You have to pay for the building itself if it leaks or things like that. But I don't want to just, like I see on this piece of paper where it says, oh, we're meeting with real estate agents and, this is the value estimate, several $1 million. And I'm like, okay, well, can we, does this mean that we're not even considering this building for, the new library that some people have suggested on the reorganization of town hall? Is it not something that we can consider for something else? So that's where I'm getting nervous that there's no plan. It's kind of like everybody's kind of doing their own thing on different pieces of land.
I would say that you can look at this as data gathering. This isn't a proposal. This isn't a direction. This isn't a commitment. We asked for input from a real estate expert professional looking at here are some of the properties the town has. What's your professional perspective on this from kind of a no assumptions basis? So it's data. It's a data point. You can use that as a reference, but there are no plans at this point. So I think everything's on the table. Certainly the old police station, like you said, is very centralized. It has utilities and assets on the site that could be utilized. This is a site that we are getting a lot of interested parties inquiring about it.
Is it the Dollar General?
Nope. I mean, the Coventry Housing Authority wants to put 39 units on that site because it's centrally accessibly located. So it could be residential. It could be a hybrid. It could be a public-private partnership. We even talked about scraping the lot and putting in a splash pad and an ice rink or something because it's centrally located. You've got parking. When you think about strategic planning, you can think as big as you like, and there are certain things about this property that would make it more feasible than others.
So could we, now that we have this base information about what do we actually even own, can we maybe come up with a few items, 2 or 3 things that would kind of create our direction for 2022 and send that over to Mr. Marchant? And then we can maybe discuss this in the January 10th meeting on agreement on what those, several items are.
We are going to continue the strategic planning. This seems like it's part of the strategic planning discussion.
Can you give me an example of what you mean for a suggestion?
Yeah. So one suggestion would be to review all historic properties and determine whether we want to do a stewardship and present them to the Historical Preservation Commission, or list them as possibly saleable. And then we would
There's
review all.
almost no historical properties in this list.
There's
It's
almost
only like
none.
a couple. Most of them are vacant lots.
I know. I'm just giving an
No,
example.
we-
Guys,
we-
work with me.
No, we understand what you're
So
saying.
it's just one example.
Yeah.
And then depending on how many quote unquote historical properties we say, oh, maybe there's only two. Well,
That's
maybe
right.
there are other people in town that say, I'm going to negotiate with you on what you mean by historical. We have people in town that have been here a long time. And so maybe that's one angle we focus on. And maybe that's a quick item that we just take to the Historical Preservation Commission. But for items that are a little bit bigger, we say, okay, we want to focus on whatever the number is. I have not looked over all of this information we just got tonight, but I'll just use your example. What are the top 5 properties we could sell? Maybe that's what we agree as a council for the direction of 2022. We'd like to know what these properties could possibly sell for or be used for, and direct that to the town staff.
Mr. Marchand,
I would like to point out that Mr. Peter Scotty, our real estate expert, is here tonight to answer any questions you may have on his perspective. He's in a mask behind someone, and I didn't see him before.
Mr. Minier, we're going to let Mr. Scotty speak. Mr. Minier, thank you so much for all this work, and we may call you back again in a few
I'm
minutes.
at your disposal. I would be happy if you want to take, say, the top highest assessed properties in this list and get more details. Do field research, find out, get pictures of them, find out exactly what's there, and get a lot more detail and come back to you at the next meeting.
That sounds like a plan.
Be a start.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening. Your name and address, please, and your company affiliation.
I'm Peter Scotty. I'm president, founder of Peter M. Scotty and Associates, which is a real estate appraisal and brokerage firm located in Providence. I've been doing real estate appraisals and brokerage since 1974. We were hired, I don't know, maybe last year, I guess, by the town to appraise some of the properties, and subsequent to that, I had a meeting with Mr. Marchand and the Director of Public Works to go over some of the properties that they thought might be, they wanted to figure out how to monetize those properties. So a couple of things just to kind of frame things up. From a real estate appraisal perspective, you can't really put a value on historic properties. There is no intrinsic value, monetary value to historic properties. Some would even argue that historic properties, historic designations actually depress monetary value. But it's been, if you look at Benefit Street in Providence, the Point in Newport, et cetera, those, when the communities have come together to maintain, restore, and preserve historic properties, it has served to benefit the community at large. So difficult to put a price on it, on what historic value is, but it does have some spin-off benefits. So that said, I was asked to look at a few of the properties, 1675 River Road, which is next door, which I just took a quick look at, about 100,000 square feet. Values are typically $40 to $50 a square foot for school buildings. When you look at value and you look at return on value, that's essentially where I came up with the $280,000 to $350,000, looking at a net 7% return to value. That building has the ability to be cut up into a few pieces. In the market that would compete in, which is probably toward some kind of nonprofit, maybe a charter school, maybe a couple of charter schools, who knows, maybe some daycare stuff. Those nonprofits today are usually pretty well funded. So that we think of as having good potential to generate some rental income on an annual basis. The other properties that I looked at, 15 Old Summit, 668 Washington Street, 700 Washington Street. They have limited market appeal for the most part. We had done actual appraisals on them, on those two properties that we submitted to the town. They probably have 150 to 175 on 15 Old Summit, and 668 Washington is about 60,000. You're probably better off selling those than you are renting them, maybe taking that money and putting it into some of your better assets. And finally, you have 1075 Main Street, which is the police station. Nice lot, centrally located, has some good economic value. Maybe the town wants to keep it. It's a good piece. So, that's a decision you guys have to make. But from a strictly monetary position, it's probably worth $1.1 million. The market's in flux. You might get a little bit more rental, pure net, probably 70 to 80 grand a year on that. Those are the only properties I've looked at. We can certainly take a look at this. You got a lot of stuff you did. We can take a look, kind of a quick look at some of them, especially the vacant lots, and give you, a pretty good ballpark idea of where, from a monetary perspective, what those are worth. Can you sell it to a butter for X number of bucks, et cetera? Or do they have some real potential for other value? That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scotty. Appreciate it. Any questions from members of the council? Mrs. Lima.
Thank you. Thank you as well. I appreciate your work. So one property in particular that piques my interest is 668 Washington Street, which can you confirm, or someone up here, that that's the old teen center? It's got that sign in the door that says teen center closed next to Ice House Flowers. Yeah. So that one is that, not to get incredibly off topic from just generally speaking about properties, but that one's tough because there's no parking. Not even street parking. And I think the building, by the folks who are involved in the historic societies, consider that historic because I believe it used to be a men's club back in the 50s. So that building's been around forever. But the other piece is, it's kind of quaintly located right on the river. It's a pretty decent piece. Yeah. What's the potential for whatever could go there? You can't park there. You can't.
Exactly the conundrum we had when we were doing the appraisal. What do you do with it? What's the ultimate use for it? I think we finally concluded that it's some, possibly residential, but it's right on the street. It's right up on the street. It needs everything. The best thing going for it is that you got a little frontage on the river.
Yeah.
And there is no parking. So $60,000, $70,000 is probably going to bring in the market.
Do you?
If you can find somebody.
You probably don't know the answer to this. That's okay. But the what's the word I want to say? The roughage in the area that's diagonally across the street next to Ice House Flowers from this property that runs along the road that goes back to St. Vincent de Paul Church. Okay. Is that owned in front of that power supply area there? Is that owned, or is that? I don't know. Just curious, because if someone wanted to, if they could buy that building and then that vacant area, you could do it would be a crosswalk, which is not ideal, but.
Yeah.
I think that we don't have enough time to, really delve into the pros and cons of each of these pieces.
I'm not looking to, I just was curious on this one, and I wasn't looking to go down that road.
And there's also a problem because of the way that this property was deeded to the town. We might not even have the ability to sell it.
But just figured I would bring up the questions, so maybe that could be a
Sure.
part of the planning process moving forward.
Thank you so
Because,
much.
yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scotty. Appreciate your being here this evening, and I hope you enjoyed our council meeting.
So I just have a question before we move
Yes.
on. I know Ms. Ludwig has requested pushing the Mapledale school sale, so I just wanted to see, I wanted to get an idea of where you stood at this temperature check, I guess.
Well, right now, that is the next agenda item, and I want to get some closure on the agenda item that we're currently on, which is D4. So we've had Mr. Menier present quite a bit of data. We have the data that is a beginning start for a plan, looking at a plan. It sounds like we need to really more clarify what are the criteria that we might use to develop a plan to determine what we might want to keep or sell or how we might want to approach this. We are going to have a strategic planning session in January. I would suggest that we bring up this topic again during our strategic planning session and continue a discussion as to what does this plan look like? What do we want in this plan? What are we looking for? And how do we proceed? It sounds like we're not quite ready there. Ms. Ludwig has presented lots of great ideas. We looked at the top 5 as a possibility. We looked at historic value as a possibility. There's a lot to consider here. But Mr. Menier has provided us with data that I don't think we would have at this point in time had he not really taken all of this data and done all this analysis for us ahead of time. So we've now got a wonderful start. So thank you very much. He's a volunteer who has just come up in the community, and looking forward to working with him some more and as the council is. So let us continue this, if it's okay with everyone, as a discussion item in the strategic planning session in January. Is that agreeable to everyone? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next item, D5, authorizing the sale of the Mapledale School located at 29 Mapledale Avenue to John Studley of 47 Indian Trail, Coventry, Rhode Island, in the amount of $60,000. I'll start off with a motion, a second, and then we'll go into discussion. I'm going to ask Mr. McGee to give us some information about that piece of property. So may I have a motion, please, to get us started?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second? I'll second the discussion. Okay. Mr. McGee,
Good evening.
thank you.
This property, to give you a little history on it, the former council had asked the former town manager to get appraisals on some of the town properties. This is one of the properties that I had met 4 years ago with the Historical Society, and they found no value to this property at all. The building is in deteriorate, holes in the roof. It has no value. We had an appraisal done by Peter Scotty and Associates as one of the 4 properties that they did, and it came up with a value of $50,000. In that $50,000, they recommended taking the building down. The land was only a land value of $50,000. That's when we went out to an RFP to see if we had this property available. We came up one RFP with one bid that came on at just under $30,000, and we rejected that bid. We went back out to bid again, received a bid for $10,000 over the appraised value, and looking at putting this money back into some of our properties that we don't have to maintain. Every time there's a hole, if something comes up with the property, we have to go to maintain it, and there's no value to it. And it's just a cost to the department to maintain this property that it's just an expense. And that's why it came before the council again to award this so that we get value for it and put the money back into our capital assets.
So I understand that about a year and a half ago, you did take the president of the Coventry Historic Preservation Commission, plus the president of the Coventry Historical Society into the building to give them a tour. Is that correct?
Probably a little longer than a year and a half ago. Before COVID, it probably was sometime in 2018, 2019.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes.
And in preparation for this discussion, I did contact the chairperson of the Coventry Historic Preservation Commission, the president of the Western Coventry Historical Society, the president of the Nathaniel Green Homestead, and the president of the Coventry Historical Society, and I asked if anyone had any objection to the sale of this property. I received no comments that there were objections. In fact, two of the members said absolutely there was no value to keep it. But that's the opinion of the four groups that I identified in town.
That's correct. I totally, as a real estate agent, also the value, there is no value to that. The land is worth more than the building. And I have no interest with Mr. Scotty, but that's why I was asked by prior town manager and also with Mr. Marchant, with my experience with 20 years in the real estate business also, that there is no value to this, doing a market analysis of the area.
Okay. Questions by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig.
No questions. So my request has always been that we need to have some sort of plan on how we do this. And I think today was the beginning of a plan, and I'm hopeful that we can, create that plan in January. And I appreciate the work that you did, President Dickson, with reaching out to the societies, and also the work you did in the past for reaching out to the Historic Preservation Commission. So I'm comfortable personally moving forward with the vote.
Okay. Right. Now, any other comments?
Nope, that was it. I just wanted to hear from the person who represents this parcel. So,
okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Gorham has informed me that the resolution, which is on page 175, needs some changes. Mr. Gorham, would you please explain the changes? So if members of the council will turn to page 175, you'll see the resolution.
Sure, it's just a minor change. The resolution contains a citation to a certain article and section of the charter, but that section has to do with procurement. This is not procurement, this is sale. And under section 3.14 of the charter, that's article 3, section 3.14, subsection E, town council is vested with the authority to sell property. Many other things with property too, but you have the power to sell property. Anything the town sells has to go through the town council. So I cited that section instead, because I've always cited it when we're selling property. We have sold property before on one occasion, and I know I cited it. So I'm just trying to be consistent, but it also makes sense.
So, Mr. Gorham, do we need an amendment to this resolution, or do I just read the corrected resolution and vote on that?
I think, yes, you can read the corrected, vote on that, and the clerk will conform the resolution for execution.
Okay. Other questions?
nope, I was just going to say I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Thank you. So,
It's definitely friendly.
Resolved. So I will read the corrected resolution that the town council hereby affirms the award of a sale by the town manager pursuant to Article 3, Section 3.14E of the town charter of the sale of the Mapledale School to John Studley of 47 Indian Trail, Coventry, Rhode Island, 02816, in the amount of $60,000, of which $3,000 refundable deposit was submitted and with the bid. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Okay, roll call vote. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Next item.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm
can
sorry.
I ask one question?
Yes.
Similar to the real estate, at the 700 Washington Street was the building that was demolished by a court order. We have the clear piece of land, and that's part of the properties that Mr. Scotty had looked at. If you would give the town manager direction that we could possibly put that on a next agenda or agenda soon, that we can put that out for sale. To sell that parcel will pay for the demolition cost that the town is incurred based upon that court order. And also, Ms. Lima, that diagonal parcel is a wetland. That's why it's never been built on. Just feels, historical St. Vincent Paul
That
Street.
makes complete sense. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that additional information and for all the work that you've done for the last 2 or 3 years relating to this parcel. Agenda item D6, authorizing the town manager to go out to bid for an RFP for a flicker study on wind turbines located in Coventry, reference pages 176 to 190. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, but also just wanted to mention that it's after 10, and I don't know if we have to do anything in order to continue
I
on
think
with
we
the
do.
meeting.
I think we do.
Too much to do the whole thing. There's a
Yeah.
lot.
Yep.
If anything, I would recommend making a motion to move up item E3 because there's some folks here who I think are waiting for that particular item. So
Also E4.
E3 is the appointment of members.
yes, and there's some sitting here in the audience.
E4 is sewer tie-ins, so that work can't start until they get the approvals
Yeah.
from us as well.
I might recommend holding off on the RFPs.
Mr. Gorham, do we have to have a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock?
No.
No,
I
okay.
think it was your council rules, but
We've done it before.
there's consensus apparent. I think you're fine.
I think if anything, if
There's not consensus.
That we wanna do.
I'll make a motion to move item E3 as the next item ahead of item D7, or should I say D6?
I'll second the motion. I'll also put a motion that we put E4.
One motion at a time. Let's do one motion at a time, okay? So E3, the motion is to, Mrs. Lima, do you want to amend your motion because you want to move E3 up ahead? And what else did you want to do?
Also move E4, E3 and 4, or no, you know what?
Just skip some? Would that be a better way to do the motion?
I'd say E2 through 4. I think those, if we can move those up and get those out of the way.
I feel like D8, we should take care of tonight as well. So,
I'm not saying we're not taking care of the others. I'm saying,
so you want to do the whole?
oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What I'm hearing now is that we try to go through the entire agenda, but we're simply moving up some of the appointments as quickly as possible. Is that correct, Mrs. Lima?
yes. If we can just move up E3 for now, that's all I'm asking, and we'll see how
fine.
far we get. So my original motion still stands to move up E E3.
Okay, fine.
I'll second it.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Ludwig? Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 4 yeas, no nays. Okay, we will now take E3. This is the appointment of members to the following boards and commissions, reference pages 233 to 236. Charter Review Commission, reference page 233. It's 233. Resolution of the Town of Coventry, State of Rhode Island, establishing a Charter Review Commission and appointing 9 members to the Charter Review Commission under Article 15, Section 15.20 of the Home Rule Charter. Be it resolved that the Town Council hereby appoints this evening Andrew Para and Bradford Mayor to the Charter Review Commission. May I have a roll call vote? Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Miss Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. All right, next, Sewer Subcommittee, reference pages 235. Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Coventry appointing, it says one member, but it will be two members to the Coventry Sewer Subcommittee. Now be it resolved, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council hereby appoints the following. This is not correct. This resolution. Yes. The resolution is not correctly filled. Ms. Lavoy, do you know which term? We have two people that we want to appoint. What other terms for these people? One says an unexpired term expiring January 1st, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the other, the expiration for the other person?
We have Tony Raposo expired January of 21, and there were two alternate openings. Mike Sakosha isn't coming up to January of 22. So we actually only had the one full and two alternates.
Wait,
Did someone come off the board?
yeah, Glenn Skirker resigned.
Yeah.
So that person should go into Glenn's seat. So they would not be an alternate. I think
Tony's position is also not an alternate.
Is not an alternate.
that's my point. So no one should be going into an alternate position. So whoever's going into Glenn's role is fulfilling the remainder of his term. So whenever Glenn's role is supposed to.
Yes,
end.
when does Mr. Circus' role expire?
Glenn Skirk.
Glenn Skirka.
January of 23.
So someone's going into that. And then Tony,
So we have one for a term expiring January 2023, and what would be the other expiration for the other
January of 24.
January?
To replace Tony Raposo or reappoint.
So he should replace himself and the other person should.
the person's going to Glenn's. Because if they're going into alternates, then they have it.
Okay, resolution, thank you for your patience for those of you who are out there. Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Coventry appointing Tony Raposa for a term expiring January 2024. May I have a motion?
We need a motion from him.
We're doing one at a time.
One at a time because
I'll make a motion.
different terms.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Ms. Lima?
Yes.
And Mrs. Dickson, yes, 4 yeas, no nays. Mr. Tony Raposa has been appointed to a term expiring January 2024. Next, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Coventry appointing Eric Tiff to a term expiring January 2023 to fill an unexpired term of office. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, Ms. Ludwig?
I'm going to abstain. I did not interview.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 3 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion passes. Mr. Tiff is appointed. Next, resolution, page 234. Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Coventry, State of Rhode Island, reappointing or appointing members to the Coventry Land Trust. Resolved that the Town Council hereby reappoints or appoints Rosemary Comedy to a 5-year term of office expiring November 22nd, 2026. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
May I
I'll
have
second
a
it.
second? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Abstain. I did not interview.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes, 3 yeas, 1 abstention. Thank you. The next is Parks and Recreation, page 236. Resolution of the Town of Coventry, State of Rhode Island, establishing a Parks and Recreation Commission and appointing 9 members to the Parks and Recreation Commission under Article 3, Section 1524 of the Home Rule Charter. Be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Coventry approves the town manager's appointments of the following members of the Parks and Recreation Commission: Aaron Coutu and Norma Smith. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second? Okay, may I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Do you want to vote on one or the, oh, just one separate?
I'm sorry, can I do those separate?
We
Yeah,
can
that's fine.
do them separate. All right, so the first one, we'll take away the motion in a second. The first one will be the appointment of Aaron Coutu.
So I'll motion to appoint Mr. Kutu.
I'll second it. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a motion, we have a second. All right, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 4 yeas, no nays. Aaron Coutu is appointed to a term. It doesn't say what the term, when the term expires, Madam Clerk.
Guess it doesn't.
We'll find out later.
It's in the
We'll find out
code.
later. Yeah, we'll find out later. Okay. Next, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Coventry approves the town manager appointment of the following member to the Parks and Recreation Commission: Norma Smith. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Ms. Ludwig,
Abstain, I did not interview. Right.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, 3 yeas, yes, 3 yeas, no, 1 abstention. Ms. Smith is appointed to Parks and Recreation Commission. Thank you. Now, the pleasure of the sewer tie-in, E4. Coventry Sewer Subcommittee recommendation for approval of sewer tie-ins located at 495 Washington Street, Assessor Plat 56, Lot 9 and 11 by Michael W. and Kimberly K. Hodges. Property has not yet been assessed, and the total initial sewer assessment is $16,000. Reference pages 237 to 258. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I don't mind seconding the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Certainly.
I'm just confused by the wording. The property has not yet been assessed and the total initial sewer assessment is $16,000. I just didn't understand what that meant. Maybe someone could enlighten me.
Councilmember LeBlanc had asked to put the approximate assessment value in the packets from now on.
This is different. This is the one we just had last week, right? For the Dollar General. And the situation here, because this was raised as a question, why is their assessment only 16,000? And it's because they're paying for the actual project to extend the line. So they're paying another $100,000 to run the sewer line to their property to make the connection. So from a practical standpoint, their assessment's 116,000, but they're doing the work. So the 16,000 is just the base assessment plus the project cost.
Any other questions by members of the council?
Can you just confirm this was approved at sewer subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just add some color. It was approved for recommendation by the sewer subcommittee, but there was a lot of discussion about the ability for the next door neighbor of this Dollar General to be able to tie in later if they wanted to, which is Moore's Garage right on the corner of MacArthur Boulevard in Washington. So there was a lot of discussion about if this person wanted to connect, if they would have to go across the street into Naramco Roads Pharmaceuticals, they'd have to get an easement to do so. There was conversation about, well, if they wanted to connect, they'd have to pay just like Dollar General to extend the line to connect themselves. So there's a lot of conversation about the future for that, particularly that abutting property. So that was basically it. So it wasn't just a rubber stamp that we had a lot of discussion about this, but ultimately it was determined that there were paths forward for Moore's Garage to be able to tie in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Any other questions for Mr. Marchant? Okay, ready for the vote? Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes for the sewer tie-in. We'll now go back to around agenda item D6, reference pages 176 to 190, authorizing the town manager to go out to bid for RFP for a flicker study on wind turbines located in Coventry. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for working on this, trying to get it in before the year end. Anything we can do to help residents who are being affected by this. I'm hoping they will see that we are trying to make efforts here as a council by approving this.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, I noticed that the title of the RFP does not mention wind, but wind is also mentioned within the content of the proposal. So,
Monitoring flicker and sound for wind turbine.
yeah. So we approving it for wind and sound study? I'm sorry, excuse me, it's getting late. Flicker and noise study?
Yes.
Okay, so the title perhaps for the proposal could insert noise, I believe.
Has sound.
Well, so it gets confusing because the formatting is off. I'm sorry. The part of the title comes down underneath the introduction. So really the title is Request for Proposals for Professional Services on Solutions for Monitoring Wind Turbine Sound and Flicker for Compliance with the Town Zoning Ordinance. I don't know if that changes your.
Yeah, it just got formatted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the full
So
title.
we're all
of the
set.
Request. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, any other discussion? I'm thrilled to see this. It's a long time coming. We promised this a few months ago, but we're finally going to do it. So that's excellent. I have talked to people who are out in that area and asked if they could make any suggestions for companies for whom this proposal could be sent in addition to those that we research on our own. So they are aware that we are moving forward on this. And I believe that they had a lot of discussion that they felt that there wasn't enough objectivity associated with the selection of the company that would do this work. So now if they can participate in making some suggestions along with the suggestions we have, I think we'll have a good package to go forward. So thank you. So any other discussion? Okay, roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Item D7, authorizing the town manager to go out to bid for an RFP for a wastewater facilities plan update. Reference pages 191 to 215. Any questions on this proposal?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
So just so I'm clear, based on from reading this isn't just about the relationship with West Warwick, but rather about sewer infrastructure overall? Or am I confusing the two?
Yes.
Yeah, this would be a holistic look at Coventry's entire sewer program.
So a
And
result of the.
It does relate to the West Warwick treatment system because that's where we send everything.
Okay.
But the focus is on the build out and operation of our system.
Okay, so the product of this would essentially say, we think you should put sewers here going forward because XYZ.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I did not notice, if we did award this to a company to do, what would be the timeline that we would normally expect to have the report completed?
I would expect to get that description in the proposals because they're going to better understand the scope of the work and the time frame it will take to do it. I can't guess. And so I don't want to pigeonhole them to a specific time frame if it's not reasonable.
So that would be an area for negotiation then, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yes.
I believe I didn't ask for a motion on this yet, so I want to go back and ask for a motion. May I have a motion for this, please?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a
I'll
second?
second the motion.
Thank you. Okay, open for discussion. Question, Ms. Ludwig.
So we had previously had some different ideas thrown out about the future of the sewer program, such as maybe hiring someone in-house to, perform different types of specific sewer-related duties. This doesn't conflict with any of that, right? This is just kind of the plan forward. They're making recommendations on streets we should look at, on a variety of things within the proposal. But it's not necessarily, this is requesting for them to come in and provide information on the services they would provide, but it doesn't actually, it wouldn't take the place.
No, this is a study we're doing an RFP for. So we would get a consultant who's going to study our system and provide recommendations. It does not provide services or operational support.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mrs. Lima.
Yes. Some context too about this. I think the whole reason that we were going out to RFP for this is because we got a quote from Weston and Sampson, who usually does it. And some members of the committee had said, why don't you guys go out to RFP, because this seems a little high. So this is also a price check in terms of updating this plan. I think, if I remember correctly, from Sewer Sub.
I would point out, well, let me go back to that conversation. They said 79,000 seemed a little high because last time around it was 40,000. But the 79,000 represents an incremental update of the 5-year-old plan that they had done previously. However, to do a whole new study, they said was going to be in the 300,000 range, because it's not relying on the prior work. And so I don't want to set the expectations that this is a request for a complete whole overhaul of the plan. And we could see numbers far in excess of 80,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is stated as an update. Help us understand what is meant by update. They're not starting from scratch.
Well, we can strike that word from the RFP right off the top, but really that we're asking for a master plan, a master facilities plan. The update only refers to that we have one in place that a proposal could reference in the study of their proposal.
Because on page 193, the word update is used, and in the introduction, the word update is used. And I just want to make sure that when these proposals come in, people understand that it's not an update and they're just not taking some existing information and maybe changing a few things on it. But this is from scratch plan. Is that what we're looking for?
That's detailed in the scope of services. So if they're only reading the titles, I'm going to have a problem with them.
We understand that. But perhaps before this goes out, the word update could be taken out, would make sense. Mrs. Shockley.
And can I just ask, based on possible expectations for what this will cost, how we've budgeted for this?
This will be budgeted in the sewer fund, and we have funds available in the sewer fund in this year's budget.
Any other questions? All right. Ready for the roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next item, agenda item D8, approval of the National Grid Verizon new pole installation request, installing 55 feet class 2 pole number 31-5080 northwest from P31 for new URD, Tioga Avenue, Coventry, Rhode Island, reference pages 216 to 217. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, could you please speak to this?
Yeah, this is a pole relocation. Is this over by Tioga Elementary? Okay, so They need to move the pole.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of detail on that.
Okay.
So
So it's pretty straightforward. Well, it's interesting because I received a couple calls from people who just want poles moved, and it's an interesting topic. All right. Are we ready for a vote?
Just
Yes.
1 second. That corner, I'm trying to find it. Is that, so on to the left of that, is that Nikki's Lounge I'm looking at? What am I'm just trying to orient myself.
It's whether you go down to the school. Oh, Mr. McGee, thank you.
You're welcome.
We always have you at the end of the program,
You
don't we?
certainly do, and I still have to wait for one more item.
You do have one more.
I do. This is
Bacteria.
for the Oaks at Eastgate. Their exit is down farther east, down the hill from Nikki's. And it's there where the roadway is going to be coming in. They need to move an existing pole out of the way so that that exit from the approved subdivision can go through.
Oh, so this is closer to the West Warwick line.
Yeah, it's in between, right back at the bottom of the hill before Old North Road.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Hope that
Any other comments or questions? All right, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Ms. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda item G9, recommendation to the town manager regarding appointment of member to the Conservation Commission. May I have a motion to recommend to the town manager the appointment of Ms. Carlson, Lynn Carlson, to the Conservation Commission?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call. Mrs. Ludwig? Ms. Ludwig, excuse me?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? 4 yeas, no nays. Next. Mr. McGee, I read the agenda item E1, resolution awarding a contract by the town manager for professional engineering services for Tioga Lake bacteria investigation and illicit discharges to Fuse and O'Neill of 17 Iron Horse Way, Suite 204, Providence, Rhode Island, 02908, in the amount of $25,000. Reference pages 218 to 230. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Discussion, Mr. McGee.
Good evening, ladies. This resolution that we have before you is for exactly what is determined that we identified during the last budget process, similar to what we did with Breezy Lake, Upper Dam Pond. We did a bacterial study and phosphorus study, found the problems, and we're in the middle of those changes now to alleviate that problem. Several years ago, Tioga Lake was closed down because of bacteria issues. It was never actually identified, whether it be waterfowl, whether it be illicit discharges. So we put the money in the budget to do the study. Plus, O'Neill has done several of these studies for us. We're very happy with them. It has to be done now while the lake is drawing down so they can check for the illicit discharges in the watershed area. If somebody's emptying a washing machine or something else into the lake that's causing these problems, during the summertime. So we're asking to have this study done now so that we can eliminate that problem. And we already have the Tioga Lake Association, I think, is in support of this, so we can move forward and get the lake where we swim and boat safe, to make sure it's safe in the future.
Thank you. I just add that the resolution says this award will be funded through the Department of Public Works operating budget, Roads and Bridges Division, Stormwater Services, account 1010-5-830-21950. We've been adding that additional information so the public understands where we're getting, what is the source of the money. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any other questions? Mrs. Lima?
I don't think I saw in here, but what's usually the timeline on the final product?
We should have that by the springtime.
Okay.
They need you this winter, and then the report will be issued to us in the spring.
Okay. And then just for the stewardship, I know we like these people, but do we normally not have to go out to bid on something like this, or is it?
Non-professional services.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Ms. Ludwig?
Ms. Ludwig.
Get her some food.
Ms. Ludwig, yes.
Director McGee, can you just reconfirm? So this was already in the budget.
Yes.
We're not taking it from anywhere else.
No
We have it
emergencies.
here, we're ready to
No
go.
emergencies. This is exactly what we have here. So
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda item E2, in accordance with Rhode Island General Law 214-1, the Town of Coventry reappoints tree warden Craig Marcotte, reference pages 231 to 232. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
And abstain, I did not interview him.
That's right. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? 3 yeas, 1 abstention. Thank you. Agenda item F, public comment. If there's a member of the public who would like to speak, please raise your hand, be recognized, and come to the podium. Yes,
There's a gentleman.
gentlemen, come forward.
Thank you so much. Jerry Knockowitz, 21 Beach Street, Coventry, Rhode Island. I have a couple comments. First, I'm going to go with sewers. It's a real hot button for me where I live. I'm in a very sensitive area environmentally, and I now see sewers going in on, right off Arnold Road for the Veterans Market. I'm like, 200 feet from there. I can't get sewers. I have all kinds of people. I am the president of the Lake Tioga Association. I have so many people call me and say, we now have sewers. No, we don't have sewers. And we might not have them for 10 years. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. So I will continue to make it my point to bring that to your attention as often as I can. And it's very, very frustrating. You live there, you'd know what I meant. So I'll let that go. I sure want you to understand it. It's a very, very controversial thing. And I know it's a very expensive item. And I'm hoping somehow you can find a solution. Second thing I want to talk about is Lake Tioga. I've been sitting on the Lake Tioga Association for a long, long time. I've been doing testing on the lake for a long, long time through DEM and through URI. This is a great opportunity, a great study. And I would like the council to understand that there is a group at Coventry High School called Envirothon who has gone out on this lake in a boat and tried to identify outfalls going into the lake from various locations. I would really appreciate Fuss and O'Neill contacting that association to offer an educational opportunity for those students, as well as possibly help Fuss and O'Neill to keep their level low. It is a great opportunity for you to utilize the skill set that's at Coventry High School. They're a great group of kids. So if you would like, I will send you the name of the contact people at Coventry High School to minimize your looking and trying to find people. If you'd prefer not, just don't ask me to do it.
Ms. Knockwood, you're always welcome to send an email to our town manager with that contact information.
I will do that.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Knockowitz.
entirely welcome.
You will.
Sewers, please.
Thank you.
Did you say
Long and hard.
you had 3 things?
No, I said 2 things. If I said 3, it was just a
Okay,
slight mistake. I'm sure you all are tired. So I wish you a wonderful evening.
thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak? Mr. Murray?
Good evening. Luke Murray, 121 Hill Farm Camp Road. I know it's late, but I did listen to the meeting thanks to Bluetooth while I had my work obligation. Couple things. One is thank you for, getting Parks and Rec Commission going and staffed. I think that's going to be a game changer for the Parks and Rec Department. They are successful in a lot of communities and people want to engage in their parks and promote them. So I think it's going to be a great effort. Number two is I really appreciated the dialogue of this council. I'm not throwing stones at the previous council about property disposition and the fact that you have to be very thoughtful about it and consider the historic character and what becomes of that property, because we've seen a lot of examples in the community of buildings being knocked down or property being disposed only to see things built that don't fit with the architectural character of the village. Mapledale School is on the back side towards the river. You really don't see it. I can certainly see approving that one, but the Byron Reed site, I would caution just this happens in the past, in my memory, back when there was property disposed and it was in a village and it ended up a double, raised ranch in the mix of Victorians. And it, completely looks out of place and it ruins the character of the village. So without a historic district and some sort of development standards, those kind of have to go hand in hand. So I'd encourage the council to really look at the properties and think about what becomes of them if they dispose of those properties. And you can put whatever restrictions you want on them, right? You're selling the property. You may devalue the property some, but what's the long-term goal? The last thing, I'm going to talk about the building bond, right? You're all waiting for it. I want to thank the town manager and Ms. Mills for the presentation. I think it was expected. It was probably more of a lot of what we already saw. I guess what's left to say? I mean, we've presented ad nauseum on the project. I'm proud of my building committee members who are here and spoke tonight, and I think they made some good points that hopefully you'll listen to. I do hope that the council will put it to the voters, obviously, but I also understand where your positions are and the risks that you'd be taking in doing so. And it's been said, but I'll say it again. There's a reason why we were here. It's because of the bonuses, incentives that made this doable, quite honestly. When we looked at consolidation of elementary schools, it wasn't doable. It was a $120 million project. We thought about the political aspects of it. We thought about the disposition of those properties and trying to incorporate. So the next best thing was do the middle school that touched all kids and then consolidate for the future. Leave a campus concept that could accommodate that consolidation concept. This plan was well thought out. I think you agree with that. I think haven't heard much about the project. I've heard most about the finances. But the council has the authority to create some backstops. There's been a lot of talk about what you can and can't do at legislature. I think Mr. Gorham made a good point. The General Assembly can do what they want. They have the authority in the state. You as the local authority could write a resolution that essentially says, we want the authority to tax with the bond. Send it. If it turns into a dumpster fire and they vote it down, then fine, we have our answer. But if that's what you need some reassurance on, you have full authority to draft a resolution however you'd like. Send it to the General Assembly and see what comes of it. You can backstop it that way. And certainly I'd be there to promote side by side with you up at the General Assembly for that bill. Typically at the General Assembly, and I'm sure Mr. Gorham will tell you this, it's a bit of horse trading and jockeying, but ultimately when it comes down to a singular community bill, most communities don't care. If Tom and Ray goes up there with a bill, as long as he's pretty well liked, they're not going to say, well, that's not what Coventry needs. So I would encourage you to think creatively, and if that's what you need for some reassurance, draft a resolution that way. As I've also mentioned tonight, you have a backstop and even issuing the bonds. So if voters approve and you need another backstop before you issue the actual notes, you have a secondary vote. It's not like the voter approval sends this thing on its way and it's clear to go. And I understand the issues involved. The last thing was a general frustration, and this isn't pointed at any one person. I guess it's a frustration over time of having been here for so long and seeing so many people change in the process and opinions vary, is I would have liked over the past couple of weeks for that presentation tonight to be amended. And the amendment should have really been that the building committee spent a lot of time and effort rebuilding the town's spreadsheet, showing financial scenarios, which quite honestly, most building committees don't do. But we spent a lot of time on that. And we showed you how we thought it could work. And instead of coming back and saying, here's how it won't work. Here's how the spreadsheets you showed don't work from our side of the fence. It essentially projected the worst case scenario and continues to do so, and says, well, if you want to go this way, and to Ms. Shockley's point tonight, why didn't you show this other one? Like, why didn't you show us 5 different ways of doing it? Because we know there's different ways of financing this bond, but there was always shown just one. And so as the building committee chairman, it's very frustrating because we spent a lot of time on it. And I think it deserved that due consideration for the council to say, how come theirs doesn't work? They presented this information, shoot holes in it. I'm not saying we were right in all categories, and I'll accept, the holes punched in our plan and the people who maybe don't see eye to eye, but just not to address it, I find it disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the time we all put into this. So I hope you'll do that maybe over the next week. I am available. If any of the council member wants to sit down with me over a cup of coffee, discuss their concerns, I will be honest in my answers. I'm not looking to persuade anybody into a project they don't want, but I do think that I want good information. That's what I've wanted from day one on this process. And for you to get what I think you need, which is a big picture on this whole thing. So this is not my project. This is a town project. This is a building committee project. So I really hope you give it consideration next week. And I really hope you'll reach out if you need additional information. And with that, good night.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
It's public comment.
Any other members of the public who would like to make a comment? Anyone on Zoom would like to make a comment? Any hands up?
There are no hands up.
Thank you. All right, public comment is now closed. May I have a motion to adjourn at 10:43 PM?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. That was quick. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 4 yeas, no nays. The motion passes at 10:43.